Okay, guys, so welcome to the lesson. What we're going to learn today is a little bit about the Roman Empire. Okay, so we're going to start with a mini lesson. This is a day in the life of a Roman gladiator. So we'll watch this video, which will just take us through a day in the life of a Roman gladiator. So just pay attention.
A day in the life of a typical Roman gladiator was intense, disciplined, and structured, blending rigorous training with moments of rest and reflection. The day often began at dawn. Gladiators woke in their quarters within or near the training school, known as the ludus. They started with personal hygiene, washing and dressing in their training gear or minimal clothing suited for combat. A quick, hearty breakfast was consumed, often bread, porridge, or fruit, to fuel the demanding day ahead. The core of the day was dedicated to rigorous training. This included weapons practice, swordsmanship, spear throwing, and grappling, under the supervision of trainers or lanisti. They practiced techniques, sparred with each other, and worked on improving their skills and endurance. Physical conditioning, strength training, and cardio was integral to prepare them for the brutal fights in the arena. After several hours of intense training, gladiators took a break. They might consume a meal prepared by the ludus staff, often consisting of high-protein foods like beans, lentils, bread, and sometimes meat or fish when available. Rest was crucial to recover physically and mentally. Some days included specialized training, learning to use specific weapons or tactics for upcoming matches. Gladiators also maintained their equipment, sharpening swords, repairing armor, or cleaning their gear. They might have received lessons or guidance from their trainers. In their limited free time, gladiators could socialize with peers, share stories, or rest. They often reflected on their progress, mental preparation, and strategies for upcoming fights. Some may have had access to a healer or medic for injuries sustained during training. Gladiators slept in their quarters, resting up for the next day. Their sleep was vital, as their bodies and minds needed to recover from the physically demanding routine. When a gladiator was scheduled to fight in an arena, their day would shift to focusing on mental preparation, reviewing tactics, and maintaining their combat readiness. The atmosphere on fight days was tense and charged with anticipation, with some gladiators praying or seeking mental focus before entering the arena. This routine highlights the combination of discipline, physical exertion, and limited leisure that characterized the life of a Roman gladiator, a life dedicated to combat, survival, and the pursuit of fame or freedom.
Okay, guys, so that was just a little mini game. We're going to learn some of the vocabulary words from the short video there. So let's start with guess what, because that's a good game to learn vocabulary. So just bear with me one moment and I'll get that ready. Okay. So with this game, with each round, you'll be shown a clue, and you can pick the word that best matches the clue. If the answer is not clear, click on an icon to reveal another clue. And at the end of each round, bonuses are earned based on how few clues and items you've used, how many answers you gave which were correct, and how quickly you completed the round. You'll earn money based on the score at the end of each round. And with money, you can get power-ups at the shop, and you can use these to help you when answering a question. So what we'll do is we'll buy a reveal, which reveals all clues, and an erase, which removes two of the options. So guys, I want you to just write in the chat box or say out loud what you think the correct answer is. So we have a noun, and a similar word is groove, but that doesn't really help us very much. So let's have a clue. Let's have all of the clues. So we've got an image here of someone doing some press-ups, some push-ups. A related word is number, and the definition is standard or customary procedure or course of action. An example, his habits interfered with the daily of the business.
Routine.
What do you think it is?
Routine.
Routine is right. Well done. Routine. Great. Next, we have a noun, and a similar word is provision, which again isn't enormously helpful. So let's have a clue, shall we? A related word is precaution. And another clue gives us the definition, and the definition is the act or process of preparing.
Preparation.
Preparation. Yeah, very good. So when we say this word, we say it preparation rather than preparation. Preparation. Fantastic. All right, good job, guys. Let's try the next one. So now we have an adjective, and a similar word is hard. Hard meaning difficult. Any idea what the word could be?
Endurance.
It could be endurance, because endurance is related to the word hard. But I think we should have a few more clues first. Okay, so we've got the definition here showing strictness or sternness. Let's have another clue. We've got somebody exercising here.
Endurance.
It could be, like I say, but let's look at this. So right here we have an antonym. This is the opposite word. And the opposite of this is lax. So if something is not lax, as in lax meaning easy, relaxed, gentle, then the opposite word is rigorous.
Rigorous.
Yes, rigorous. So it's related. It's quite similar. You might see rigorous used in the same sentence as the word endurance quite often, but it's talking about something being strict or something being very difficult to do, something very intense. The soldiers were kept to a rigorous military regimen. Okay, next up we have a noun. The definition is anything designed or provided for a particular use. So we're talking about something that is made to be used specifically for one purpose.
Anticipation.
No. Anticipation is not what we're talking about. Anticipation is when we're thinking about something that will happen in the future. So it's a very different thing. Go on.
Equipment.
Equipment, yeah. Equipment is anything that we need for a specific purpose. So we can see here we have a football, which is used for playing football, an American football or a rugby ball. Again, then we have a catcher's mitt, which is used for playing baseball or catch. Other equipment might be, in this case, in the context of gladiators and the Roman Empire, you might have swords or spears, shields, armor, that sort of thing. Other words could be supplies or implements. And the example here is you need to have special equipment for mountain climbing. Good job, guys, doing well. Okay, next we have an intransitive verb. She needed time to something before making such an important decision. So this is talking about thinking.
Tactics.
No, not tactics.
Reflect.
Reflect is the right one. So when we reflect on something, we have a good long think about whatever it is that we need to reflect on. So when we reflect, we kind of look back, we have a good old think. We might call it mulling something over in our brains or considering something. Now, the example here is she needed time to reflect before making such an important decision. So she needed time to think about all of the good things and all of the bad things and what could go wrong, what could go right, what opportunities there are, and what losses there might be. All right, next two. Let's get some reveals and some erases, maybe a guard as well. So next we have a noun, and a similar word is prediction. So prediction is when we try to guess what's going to happen in the future.
Anticipation.
That's right, yeah. Anticipation is quite similar because anticipation is thinking about the future. The act or process of anticipating, considering what might happen. Another related word might be calculation if you're trying to figure out what might happen based on the information you have. We call that calculation. All right. Next, we have a noun, and the example is the restaurant's something derives as much from its fabulous view as from its cuisine or its food. So
Fame.
Fame, well done. So it's talking about the fame of a restaurant, why it's so famous, why it's so well known, why it's so prestigious, and why it has such a big reputation. And they're saying that the fame comes from the fabulous view. So it's probably somewhere very nice looking, but also its cuisine, its food. So a similar word is prestige or distinction. Opposite word would be oblivion, meaning sort of a place of nothingness. A synonym could be reputation, and the definition is the reputation by which one is known. Next, we'll have a transitive verb, and a similar word is warm up. So warm up. Now, none of these really work too well with that. So let's have some clues. A related word could be prime. If you're in your prime, you are in the best situation you can be in, usually physically. We talk about athletes being in their prime, in the best bodily, physical situation that they can be in. Let's have another clue. Definition: to make fit, healthy, or ready for use. So, sorry?
It's hygiene.
It's not hygiene. Hygiene is related to things being clean, which I can see, obviously, you've looked at healthy and fit there, but this is more about, this is a verb which is talking about getting something into the right form so that it's as good as it can be.
Condition.
Condition, yeah. Now, condition isn't usually a verb.
And teacher,
Well,
I think condition is a noun.
It can be, yeah, because you can talk about your condition.
Equipment.
No, it's condition, it's not equipment, but yes, it can be a noun. And I'm going to explain why, in this case, we're using it as a verb. So condition can be a noun. So you could say, I have a skin condition, or you could ask about somebody's condition, what is the condition of the car? It is broken, so yes, you can use it in that way. But in this case, it is actually a verb. To condition something is to get something ready, to get it fit, healthy, or ready. Okay. So quite often when you're preparing for a sporting event, you need to condition yourself to make sure that you're ready. So you might need to do strength conditioning or endurance conditioning. It's basically making sure that you are ready and in the right condition to deal with whatever challenges you face. So you can see here, we would use the continuous version of this verb. He's conditioning himself for the upcoming race. How do you condition yourself for a race? Well, you have to practice running. You have to practice endurance. You have to practice aerobics, cardio. Okay, next we have another noun, and a similar word is regulation. So a regulation is like a law. So let's have a few clues, shall we? So the example here is getting up before dawn to run several miles each morning requires what?
Discipline.
Yes, but we need to pronounce it this way. Discipline. So it's a soft I each time. Discipline. Okay?
Discipline.
That's right. Well done. Discipline. Very good. And discipline is control or determination brought about by training and self-control. So, I don't know if you're familiar with the term disciple, but a disciple is a follower. Someone who follows something or someone is a disciple. So discipline is learning to follow, learning to get things done. So to control and regulate yourself. Okay, now we have a transitive verb and an intransitive verb. And a related word is intensify. So to intensify something is to make it stronger, more effective, more intense. What word could that be, do you think?
Sharpen.
Sharpen is right, yeah. Because when we sharpen a knife, we make that knife more intense. We make it more effective. We make it better at cutting. So the definition here is to make or become sharp or sharper. And another word is wet. Wet. To wet something is to sharpen a blade. So when you sharpen a sword, you use what's called a whetstone. Now that's not wet like W-E-T, as in, wet from water. It's wet with an H, meaning to sharpen something. And the opposite word is dull. When a knife is dull, or when a sword is dull, it doesn't cut very well. Okay. Fantastic job, guys. Let's buy some more powers with the money we've earned. Next, we have a noun. And the definition, the science concerned with promoting health and preventing illness. So what can we do to not get sick? What do we need to do? We need to wash our hands.
Hygiene.
Sorry?
Hygiene.
Hygiene. Can you say that? Hygiene.
Hygiene.
Very good. So hygiene is anything related to keeping ourselves healthy and preventing illness. So why do we wash our hands regularly? It's to stop the spread of germs. When we sneeze, we cover our mouths to stop the spread of germs. If we're sick, we can wear a mask to stop the spread of germs. This is all related to hygiene. Okay. It's also things like cooking things properly and ensuring that things are done safely from a point of view of health. Next, we have a plural noun, and a synonym is campaign. So that's quite hard, isn't it? Campaign. What do we mean by a campaign?
Tactics.
Sorry?
Tactics.
Tactics. It could be tactics, because tactics is related to military campaigns. But let's have a look. Let's take away a couple of them. Ooh, so it's either discipline or tactics, and those are both sort of military words. So it could be that that it's one of these. Another related word, campaign. Okay, we have a definition now. The science of maneuvering military forces against an enemy. So, tactics is the right word. So tactics are something they're methods of basically getting something done, usually in a military context. So tactics are part of a strategy. They're plans you can make, short-term plans, short-term, almost like tricks to try to beat an enemy or outmaneuver an enemy. Tactics. Okay. Next, we have an adjective. And the definition is having an extreme degree of something, such as heat, or existing in an extreme degree or state. So when something is very extreme, how do we describe it?
Endurance.
Not endurance. Let's try having some clues. So the opposite word is slight. So if we talk about something being slight, it's not very strong, not very big, not very extreme. A similar word is wild. A laser gives out an light. So a very, very powerful light. What is this word?
Intense.
It's intense. Well done. Intense meaning very strong, very extreme, very powerful. Okay, so intense heat is very, very hot. Intense light is very, very bright light, like a laser. Next, we have a noun, and a related word is mash. So mash is, well, it's a word that means to sort of push something down until it's sort of all mixed together. But you could, quite often you might hear people say mash, referring to mashed potatoes. So this is sort of related to that because this is a similar type of food where it's kind of all mixed together.
Porridge.
It's porridge, yep, very good. So this is boiled cereal grains or meal, such as oatmeal, usually eaten with milk or maybe water, maybe some honey, maybe some chopped up fruit. Other times porridge can be made with grains of rice or other things. But yeah, it's a very carbohydrate heavy meal. Next we have a noun, and a similar word is stamina. So stamina is for how long you can keep going, how long you can keep running, how long you can keep fighting, how long you can keep lifting weights.
Endurance.
Endurance is the word, yeah. So endurance and stamina are very similar words. Here's an example. Their mother's endurance of the hardships in her life was something her adult children could only wonder at. So they're saying that the mother was able to endure some of the hardest things in life. And the definition is the act, condition, or capacity of functioning under prolonged stress. Very good. All right, doing really, really well there. Now let's try a slightly different game where we're going to fill in some examples here. Okay. So first of all, we have anticipation. So you can just say or write down the answer, 1, 2, 3, or 4. You don't have to say the full thing, full definition. Anticipation, what is it?
4.
It's number 4, yeah. Thinking about the future. So
One.
another definition of anticipation, yep, is expectation or hope. So we think about the future. Very good. How about another anticipation definition?
One.
Yes, well done. Next, we have condition. So condition is, and we're talking about the verb this time, not the noun, a condition, but to condition.
Is to.
Yep. No, actually, sorry, it's not number two. But
Number 3.
number three is right. Yep. To make something fit, healthy, or ready for use. Very good. Discipline. What is discipline?
2.
No, it's not related to cleanliness necessarily. It's number one. It's more like training of the body or mind to bring about desired results. So, getting up at 6 a.m. every day takes discipline. Exercising every day takes discipline. Learning English every day takes discipline. Another definition of discipline. Number two, yep, control or determination brought about by training, self-control. Another definition of discipline.
Number 2.
Number two, because you can discipline somebody else. And when we discipline someone else, we are training or causing them to act in accordance with rules or guiding principles. So you can discipline a dog, for instance, to do something a certain way, to maybe not to go to the bathroom in the house, for example. What about another definition of discipline?
Number 2.
Number two, to exercise control over oneself. Endurance.
4.
Number four, the act, condition, or capacity of functioning under prolonged stress. Equipment.
4.
Anything designed or provided for a particular use. Well done. Fame.
Number 1.
Widespread recognition, public esteem, or renown. Very good. Fame again.
2.
It's 2, the reputation by which one is known. Hygiene.
Number 2.
Number 2, the science concerned with promoting health and preventing illness. Very good. Hygiene again.
Number 1.
4.
It's number 4, yeah. Practices and conditions such as cleanliness that tend to promote health and prevent illness. Intense.
1.
Number 1, having an extreme degree of something such as heat. Intense again.
1.
Number 1 again, strong. Intense again.
2.
Strong or profound in effect. Very good. Porridge.
2.
Number 2, boiled cereal, grains, or meal. Preparation.
2.
Number
1.
2. It's actually number 2, the act or process of preparing. Preparation again.
Number 2.
Number 3, state of readiness. Number 1. No, we wouldn't use it with a plural verb. So we know we don't say preparations very often, not for the verb form, only for the noun form. Like preparations were made, but that would be noun form. So it's a state of readiness, is preparation, in a state of preparation. Reflect. To reflect.
Number 3.
Number 3, and we would normally say to reflect on. Very good. Rigorous.
Number 3.
Number 3, showing strictness or sternness. Rigorous again. Any idea?
Number 3.
Actually, no, it would be number 1. So thoroughly accurate or precise. So sometimes when we describe something as being rigorous, we're talking about going to a lot of effort to make sure it's accurate and right. So you could say they, if you wanted to use the adverb rigorously, you could say they rigorously checked all of their sources for their thesis. Routine. Routine. What is a number 4? Yep. Standard or customary procedure. Routine again.
Number 3.
Number 3, it can be sometimes if something is routine, we can do it without really thinking about it. And again, routine one more time.
Number 4.
That could be a routine, training of the body or mind, but that's actually related to discipline. This one would be in accordance with customary or standard procedure. So this is a routine check. Another definition of routine.
Number 2.
Number 2, in the nature of routine, unvarying or ordinary or requiring little thought. Sharpen.
Number 2.
Number 2, to make or become sharp or sharper. Tactics.
Number 4.
Yep. The science of maneuvering military forces against an enemy. And tactics one more time.
Number 4.
Number 4, skillful maneuvers for any kind of advantage. Fantastic work, you guys. Really good there. Okay. Going to do just one more now, where we use them just to check that we've got them down to the point where we understand how they're used. So we've got a sentence here, workers who dislike something. What could that be? There's 2 words that could fit in.
Routine.
It could be routine. It could also be discipline. The soldiers were kept to a military regimen. There's 2 words that could fit there. No, there's 1 word, sorry.
Rigorous.
Rigorous. Yep, very good. You could say intense if it was an intense, but it's not. So it's a rigorous military regimen. The army uses various methods of something to prepare soldiers for fighting.
Discipline.
Discipline, yep. It could also, yeah, it's almost certainly discipline. It could be, well, it couldn't really be routine. No, not really. A laser gives out an light.
Intense.
Intense light, very good. Some actors enjoy something if they achieve it.
Fame.
Fame, very good. The equipment must meet specifications. Remember, this word could mean exact, accurate, precise. Sorry?
Reflected.
Not reflected.
Rigorous.
Rigorous. Very good. He on the problem for quite some time. Now, this means to think about the problem. What could it be?
Reflected.
Reflected on the problem for quite some time. Great. She's trying to herself to avoid snack foods.
Discipline.
Discipline herself. So we're using it as a verb there. Something precautions against fire.
Equipment.
Not equipment. Precautions are things that we do or we have in place to prevent something from happening. So in this case, fire. It's a description of those things. So it's a description of a noun. So we need an adjective.
Ordered.
It could be rigorous. It could also be routine.
Rigorous.
I think we'll go with rigorous. It could be either, to be honest. It could be routine precautions against fire, as in doing fire drills regularly. That would be a routine precaution. Or it could be rigorous precautions against fire, meaning that you've gone to great efforts to put precautions in place to prevent a fire from happening. He keeps his golf clubs and other sports something in this closet.
Tin.
Equipment.
Equipment. Yep, equipment. Great job, guys. Doing really well. Getting up before dawn to run several miles each morning requires what?
Routine.
One more time.
Endurance.
It does require endurance. That could work, but I don't think this is the right word right now. I think it's discipline.
Routine.
Discipline. We need discipline to get up. And actually running those miles requires endurance as well. Good coaching and practice helped to something the team.
Tense.
Not intense.
Discipline.
Discipline the team. So you see here, discipline here is used as a noun. It requires discipline. And here it's used as a verb. Helped to discipline the team. The fallen soldiers suffered something pain.
Intense.
Intense pain. Very good. I'm something my boots, so there'll be more water resistance. Resistant.
Conditioning.
Conditioning my boots. Very good. So that means you put something on your boots, like some kind of wax or oil, so they'll be more water resistant. His habits interfered with the daily something of the business.
Tin.
The daily routine of the business. Very good. Difficult times test our something, but we will make it through this.
Endurance.
Endurance. Very good. The restaurant's something derives as much from its fabulous view as from its cuisine.
Fame.
Fame. Very good. He has to himself to work more effectively.
Discipline.
Discipline, and we're using it as a verb there again. Their mother's something of the hardships in her life was something her adult children could only wonder at.
Discipline.
Not discipline. So she's made it through the hardships, the difficult times in her life.
Endurance.
Endurance. Very good. Great physical something is needed to run a marathon.
Endurance.
It could be endurance, yep. It could also be conditioning. It could be either, to be fair. It could also be discipline, maybe. Great discipline rather than great physical discipline. Great physical conditioning, great physical endurance. It could be either one. She doesn't seek something. She would prefer to do her good deeds anonymously. So that means nobody knows her name. So what is it she doesn't want? What is it she doesn't seek?
Fame.
Or fame.
She doesn't seek fame. Very good. The nightclub gained its as a hot spot when certain rock stars began to frequent it.
Intense.
No, you can use the same words more than once. So
Yes.
big clue there.
Tactics.
No. There's seven words and 8 options. So one of these words is going to be used 2 times.
Fame.
Fame, yep, well done. You need to have special something for mountain climbing.
Equipment.
Equipment, yep. He's himself for the upcoming race.
Reflect.
Not reflect. So we want a conditioning is right, yeah. We wanted a continuous verb. Their faces showed an hatred.
Intense.
Intense hatred. Yep, very good. He wrote well, but he lacked the to write professionally.
Fame.
Not the fame to write professionally. What they're saying is he didn't have, sorry,
Tactics.
not the tactics. He couldn't write professionally because he couldn't just sit down and write every day.
Conditioning.
Not conditioning,
Discipline.
discipline. Yep. Needed the discipline to sit down and do it every day. She needed time before making such an important decision.
Tactics.
No,
Intense.
no.
Reflect.
Reflect. Yep. So you need to think, reflect, ponder, consider before making such an important decision. And then finally, his for getting a raise were good.
Conditioning.
Nope.
Tactics.
Tactics. Yeah. So he has some ideas, plans. His tactics for getting a raise were good. Great, great work there, guys. Now, there's many other games you can do, of course, right here. So if you want to learn that vocabulary a bit more strongly or in a different way, there's lots of things you can do like crosswords, spelling games, and matching activities and so on. But right now, I think we've done 3 games, which I think should have us well versed in what these words mean. So let's go through the questions and see what we can remember. So where did gladiators typically wake up in the morning? Was it in their quarters within or near the training school called the Ludus? In their quarters within or near the training school called the Colosseum? Or on a straw bed outside under a small canopy?
I think it's A.
It is A. Yep, it's in their quarters within or near the training school, and the training school is called the Ludus. Very good. And you can get a further explanation of that using AI if you wish. So let's push forward. What type of food did gladiators commonly eat for breakfast? Was it avocado on toast, Cheerios, Cocoa Puffs, or Shreddies, bread, porridge, or fruit, or lean meat, tomatoes, and milk?
Bread, produce, or fruit.
That's right, bread, porridge, or fruit, because we need things like porridge, which has complex carbohydrates, which improve our endurance. So again, you can explain that further if you want more of an explanation using the AI. What activities constituted the core of a gladiator's day, the main part of a gladiator's day? Was it basic hygiene, such as brushing teeth, showering, and flossing, going for a walk, drinking coffee, and eating a light meal, or rigorous training, including weapons practice, swordsmanship, spear throwing, and grappling?
Rigorous training, including
Yes, it's rigorous training, including all of the aforementioned things. Who supervised the gladiators during their training sessions? Was it the Lannister, the Emperor, or nobody at all?
Nobody.
It was somebody.
Leicester.
Yes, they were called the Lannister. Yep, very good. What kinds of foods were commonly included in a gladiator's meal after training? Low protein foods like corn, tomatoes, bread, and sometimes cheese or snacks when available. High protein foods like beans, lentils, bread, and sometimes meat or fish when available. Or high calcium foods like milk, cheese, and sometimes grains or cream when available.
Grain protein foods.
It was high protein foods, very good, like beans and lentils or meat and fish if it was available. Besides physical training, what additional skills might gladiators learn on certain days? Was it climbing, swimming, and guerrilla tactics? Learning to use specific weapons or tactics for upcoming matches? Reading, writing, and drawing?
Learning to use specific weapons.
Yes. So it was learning to use specific weapons like spears, nets, tridents, or tactics for upcoming matches. So ways to defeat your enemy. How did gladiators maintain their equipment? So did they dull their swords, break their armor, and dirty their gear? Sharpen their minds, repair their clothes, and clean their gear? Or sharpened swords, repaired armor, and cleaned their gear?
They sharpen sword, repair more, and clean their gear.
Exactly. Very good. What activities did gladiators engage in during their limited free time? Was it socializing, sharing stories, resting, and reflecting on their progress and strategies? Playing video games, sharing food, reading, and reflecting on their progress and strategies? Was it socializing, sharing stories, resting, and doing their homework?
Socializing, sharing story, resting, and reflecting on their progress and strategies.
That's right, yeah. So you can tell quite quickly, playing video games, they didn't have video games in ancient Rome. Homework, as far as I know, gladiators didn't have to do their homework because they weren't studying so much. They were studying the martial arts as opposed to academic arts. Who could gladiators sometimes access for injuries sustained during training? Was it a doctor or apothecary, a healer or a medic, a priest or a witch doctor?
Healer or medic.
A witch doctor.
A witch. Oh, we've got so two choices: a healer or a medic, a doctor or apothecary, or a priest or a witch doctor. Let's have a look at healer or medic. Healer or medic is the right one. How did the routine change on days when a gladiator was scheduled to fight? Is it the focus shifted to physical preparation, reviewing plans, and repairing equipment? The focus shifted to resting, preparing for combat, and cleaning equipment? Or the focus shifted to mental preparation, reviewing tactics, and maintaining combat readiness?
The focus shifted to mental preparation.
That's right, yeah. It was about mental preparation, preparing yourself in the mind. So great job, guys. Well done. Okay, so what we're going to do now is we're going to practice conversational skills by using this little AI function here, which is basically a Roman gladiator. So we can talk to a Roman gladiator, okay? So what we're going to do, guys, is we're going to come up with each of us 3 questions to ask the Roman gladiator, and then we'll see what responses we get, okay? So I'll give you a few minutes to write down some questions, okay? Okay, so we've had some time to write down some questions for our gladiator. So we've got 9 questions. Let's start with question 1, which is, how do you mentally prepare for a fight in the Colosseum? So let's see what our gladiator says. Okay, so, wow, quite a long answer. The roar of the crowd, the scent of sweat, sand and sweat, the thrill of battle. I am a Roman gladiator, a warrior of the arena. As I stand before the gates of the Colosseum, I focus my mind and steel myself for the fight ahead. My name is Marcus, and I am a Murmillo, a gladiator of the mighty sword and shield. I have trained tirelessly, honing my skills with gladius and scutum, perfecting my technique in the ludus, the gladiatorial school. But mental preparation is just as crucial as physical prowess. I begin by clearing my mind, letting go of distractions and doubts. I visualize my fight, imagining my opponent's strengths and weaknesses. I see myself victorious, my sword slicing through the air, my shield deflecting every blow. I feel the rush of adrenaline, the surge of confidence that comes with knowing I am a skilled fighter. I offer a silent prayer to Mars, the god of war, asking for his favor and protection. I invoke the spirits of my ancestors, seeking their guidance and strength. I am not just fighting for myself, but for my familia, my fellow gladiators, and the glory of Rome. As I walk into the arena, the roar of the crowd becomes a deafening din. I focus on the sound of my own breathing, the pounding of my heart. I am a warrior, an instrument of war, and I will not be swayed by the whims of the crowd. I glance at my opponent, sizing him up, searching for any weakness. I am a student of the game, always adapting, always improvising. I will use every trick, every tactic to emerge victorious. And yet I am also aware of my own mortality. I may not leave the arena alive, but if that is my fate, I will die with honor. My sword in hand, my shield on my arm. For a gladiator, there is no greater glory than to die in the service of Rome, in the pursuit of victory. I take a deep breath, feeling the weight of my armor, the grip of my sword. I am ready. I am a Roman gladiator, and I will not be defeated. So there we go. We've got an answer there. So let's try question number 2. How strict is the discipline of the Lannister who train you? So, all right. The discipline of the Lannister. It is harsh, and it is a harsh and unyielding regime, one that forges a warrior from the very depths of his being. Our Lannister, the master of the Ludus, is a man named Gaius. He is a seasoned gladiator, a veteran of countless battles, and his experience is etched on his face like the scars on my own body. Gaius is a hard man, unforgiving and demanding. He pushes us to our limits, testing our endurance, our strength, and our will to survive. The training regimen is brutal. We rise before the sun for a series of rigorous exercises. Running, jumping, and strength training. We practice with wooden swords. Our movements choreographed to perfection, our strikes precise and deadly. The Lannister watches our every move, correcting our technique, punishing our mistakes. A mistake in the arena can be fatal, and Gaius drills this into us every day. He is merciless but fair. He knows that a gladiator's life is short and that our time in the arena is fleeting. He pushes us to be better, to be faster, to be stronger for our own survival. The discipline is strict, with rules that govern every aspect of our lives. We are forbidden from leaving the Ludus without permission, and any transgression is punished severely. A gladiator who disobeys the rules may be subjected to flogging or worse, forced to fight with a disadvantage, such as a shorter sword or a heavier shield. But it is not all punishment and pain. The Lannister also teaches us the value of discipline, of control, of strategy. He shows us how to read our opponents, how to anticipate their moves, and how to exploit their weaknesses. He instills in us a sense of pride and loyalty to ourselves, to our fellow gladiators, and to the Ludus. In the end, it is this discipline that will keep me alive in the arena. It is the knowledge that I have been trained by the best, that I have been tested and proven, that gives me the confidence to face any opponent, no matter how formidable. Okay, very good. So let's ask another question. What would happen if you don't do what the Lannister tell you to do? So let's see. The wrath of the Lannister. It is a fate worse than death itself. If you do not do what the Lannister tell you to do, you will suffer the consequences. And I speak from experience. I once disobeyed Gaius, our Lannister, by refusing to practice a new technique he was trying to teach me. I thought I knew better, that I was superior. Gaius was furious. He summoned the Scorparius, the whipmaster, and had me flogged in front of the entire ludus. The pain was excruciating, the humiliation even worse. I was forced to endure the lashes, my back ripped open, my dignity shattered. But that was not the end of it. Gaius also docked my pay, reducing my already meager earnings. And to make matters worse, he paired me with a more experienced gladiator for a training session, a man who was determined to teach me a lesson. The Lannister have absolute authority over us gladiators. They can do as they please, and we must obey without question. If you disobey, you risk not only punishment, but also damage to your reputation and your chances of survival in the arena. In extreme cases, a gladiator who disobeys the Lannister may be forced to fight in a munus, a special exhibition match where the odds are stacked against him. This can be a fight to the death, with the gladiator facing a more skilled or better armed opponent. And then, of course, there is the ultimate punishment, sale to a Lannister known for his cruelty and ruthlessness. A gladiator who disobeys may be sold to a ludus where the conditions are brutal, the training is merciless, and the chances of survival are slim. So I do what the Lannister tell me to do. I obey without question, and I pray that I will emerge victorious in the arena, and that one day I will earn my freedom. For a gladiator, there is no other way to survive. Wow, okay. Let's try this question. How do you maintain your equipment? So, try that one. How do you maintain your equipment? Let's see if that one loads. Hold on. Oh, nope, it's making us log in. Okay. So we'll come back to that later once I've logged into that. So you can play around with that if you like, and talk to the gladiator, of course, and ask some questions. Meanwhile, what we're going to do is push on to the next section. It's very useful, that AI there, just to sort of discuss different things that you might be interested in when you're working through the course. It's very good for practicing conversation, especially written conversation. And it can be very useful as well when you just want to find out a bit more information about something that you're studying. You can go through a little AI chat box like that, and it can be very good for role playing out certain scenarios, or just finding out a bit more information from somebody who, of course, it's simulated, but from somebody who is a simulated version of what is really there, which I think is very enjoyable and very fun. So we're going to watch another video now. This is the complete history of the Roman Empire. Okay, so it's 12 minutes long. We have a transcript and a vocabulary bank to go through, and we'll go through those shortly. We'll watch the video now from the beginning.
Welcome to our journey through.
Just make sure that the quality is good. Turn the quality up a little bit. Okay.
Welcome to our journey through the fascinating history of the Roman Empire, a civilization that shaped the course of Western history for centuries. In this video, we will delve into the rise, peak, and eventual fall of one of the most powerful empires the world has ever seen. The Roman Empire, established in 27 BC and lasting for over 500 years, left an indelible mark on the world through its advancements in governance, engineering, art, and culture. Understanding the history of the Roman Empire is crucial in comprehending the foundations of modern society and governance systems. Today, as we navigate a complex global landscape, the lessons from Roman history remain relevant. By exploring the triumphs and challenges faced by the Romans, we can gain insights into issues of power, leadership, and societal dynamics that continue to shape our world. Throughout this video, we will uncover the stories of legendary figures such as Julius Caesar, Augustus, and Cleopatra, as well as pivotal events like the Punic Wars, the rise of Christianity, and the eventual fall of the empire. Join us as we unravel the mysteries and marvels of the Roman Empire, a civilization that continues to captivate and inspire us to this day. Founding of Rome, unraveling the legendary origins and establishment of the Roman kingdom. The founding of Rome is steeped in myth and legend, with one of the most famous tales being that of Romulus and Remus, twin brothers raised by a she-wolf who went on to establish the city of Rome. This mythical origin story symbolizes the blending of indigenous Latin and Sabine cultures that laid the foundation for the Roman civilization. From its humble beginnings as a small settlement on the banks of the Tiber River, Rome grew into a powerful kingdom under the rule of legendary kings such as Romulus, Numa Pompilius, and Tarquin the Proud. However, the monarchy eventually gave way to a more democratic form of governance with the establishment of the Roman Republic in 509 BC. The transition to a republic marked a significant shift in Roman politics, with power being shared among elected officials known as consuls, senators, and tribunes. This period saw the rise of influential figures like Julius Caesar, a brilliant military strategist and politician who played a pivotal role in the downfall of the Republic, and Augustus, who became the first emperor of Rome and ushered in a new era of imperial rule. Roman Republic, unveiling the political structure, expansion, and conflicts of an era. During the Roman Republic era, the political landscape was defined by a complex system of governance that balanced power between various institutions. At the heart of this system was the Roman Senate, a council of elders who advised on matters of state and played a crucial role in shaping Roman policy. The two annually elected consuls served as the highest-ranking officials in the Republic, wielding executive authority and leading the Roman legions in times of war. One of the most defining periods of the Roman Republic was the series of conflicts known as the Punic Wars, fought against the powerful city-state of Carthage. These wars, spanning over a century, resulted in Rome's territorial expansion across the Mediterranean and solidified its status as a dominant force in the ancient world. Amidst these tumultuous times, military leaders like Scipio Africanus and Marius emerged as key figures in Roman history. Scipio Africanus, known for his strategic brilliance and victory over Carthage in the Second Punic War, expanded Rome's influence in Spain and Africa. Marius, a populist general, reformed the Roman army and played a significant role in the social war and the conflict between Marius and Sulla. Julio-Claudian dynasty, unveiling the reigns of emperors from Augustus to Nero. The Julio-Claudian dynasty marked a pivotal period in Roman history, characterized by a succession of emperors who left a lasting impact on the empire. Augustus, the first emperor of Rome, ushered in an era of relative peace and stability known as the Pax Romana. His reign saw significant architectural projects, such as the rebuilding of Rome, and cultural developments that laid the foundation for the flourishing of Roman art and literature. Tiberius succeeded Augustus and faced challenges in maintaining the empire's prosperity. His rule was marked by political intrigues and power struggles within the imperial family, leading to a climate of suspicion and fear. Caligula, infamous for his erratic behavior and cruelty, further destabilized the empire with his tyrannical rule and extravagant projects. Claudius, often underestimated for his physical disabilities, proved to be a capable emperor, overseeing the conquest of Britain and implementing important legal reforms. Nero, the last emperor of the Julio-Claudian dynasty, is remembered for his extravagance, persecution of Christians, and the Great Fire of Rome, Pax Romana, embracing peace and prosperity in the Roman Empire. The Pax Romana, or Roman peace, was a period of relative tranquility and stability that spanned approximately 2 centuries during the height of the Roman Empire. This era, characterized by minimal internal strife and limited external conflicts, allowed for economic prosperity and cultural flourishing to thrive across the vast expanse of the empire. Under the Pax Romana, the Roman Empire experienced a period of unprecedented economic growth, facilitated by extensive trade networks, efficient infrastructure, and a common currency system. This prosperity led to the development of vibrant urban centers, flourishing markets, and a thriving artistic and intellectual culture that left a lasting impact on Western civilization. Emperors such as Trajan and Hadrian played significant roles in shaping the empire during this period. Trajan's military conquests expanded the empire to its greatest territorial extent, while Hadrian focused on consolidating these gains through infrastructure projects, like the construction of the famous Hadrian's Wall in Britain. The Pax Romana also witnessed advancements in law and governance, with the implementation of standardized legal codes, improved administrative systems, and the establishment of public works projects that enhanced the quality of life for Roman citizens. The crisis of the 3rd century marked a tumultuous period in Roman history, characterized by political instability, economic turmoil, and relentless invasions that threatened the very fabric of the empire. Succession crises plagued the empire as emperors rose and fell in rapid succession, often through military coups and assassinations, leading to a lack of stability and effective governance. External threats posed significant challenges to the Roman Empire during this time, with invasions by barbarian tribes such as the Goths and conflicts with the powerful Sassanid Empire in the east. These incursions strained the empire's resources and military capabilities, further exacerbating its vulnerabilities. In response to these crises, several reforms were attempted to address the empire's weaknesses. Emperors sought to stabilize the economy through currency reforms and price controls, while military reforms aimed to strengthen the Roman legions and fortify the empire's borders against external threats. Division of the empire, unveiling the split between the Western and Eastern Roman empires. The division of the Roman Empire into the Western Roman Empire and the Eastern Roman Empire, also known as the Byzantine Empire, marked a significant turning point in Roman history. The administrative and cultural differences between the two halves of the empire became increasingly pronounced as they evolved along separate paths. The split was driven by a combination of political, economic, and military factors. The Western Roman Empire faced challenges such as internal strife, invasions by barbarian tribes, and economic decline, leading to its eventual collapse in 476 AD. In contrast, the Eastern Roman Empire, with its capital in Constantinople, thrived as a center of trade, culture, and learning, enduring for nearly 1,000 years beyond the fall of the West. Key emperors and events played pivotal roles in shaping the division of the empire. Emperors like Diocletian and Constantine the Great implemented administrative reforms that laid the groundwork for the division, while the Council of Chalcedon in 451 AD further solidified the theological and cultural differences between the Western and Eastern churches. Fall of the Western Roman Empire, unraveling the factors behind the empire's collapse. The fall of the Western Roman Empire was a culmination of various factors that contributed to its decline and eventual collapse. Invasions by barbarian tribes, economic decline, internal strife, political corruption, and administrative inefficiency all played significant roles in the empire's downfall. One of the most iconic events that symbolized the weakening of the Western Roman Empire was the sack of Rome by the Visigoths in 410 AD. This devastating event, along with subsequent invasions by Vandals, Ostrogoths, and other tribes, further destabilized the empire and eroded its power and influence. Political corruption and administrative inefficiency plagued the empire, leading to a breakdown in governance and a loss of public trust in the ruling authorities. The inability to effectively manage internal affairs and external threats exacerbated the empire's vulnerabilities and hastened its decline. Despite its collapse, the Western Roman Empire left a lasting legacy on European history. Its legal system, language, architecture, and cultural traditions continued to influence the development of Western civilization for centuries to come, shaping the foundations of modern Europe. Byzantine Empire, embracing the legacy of the Eastern Roman Empire. The Byzantine Empire, the continuation of the Eastern Roman Empire, emerged as a distinct and enduring civilization that preserved and transformed many aspects of Roman traditions and culture. Despite the division of the empire, the Byzantines maintained a strong connection to their Roman roots, embracing classical art, literature, and legal systems while incorporating Greek influences into their society. Emperors like Justinian and his formidable wife Theodora left a lasting impact on the Byzantine Empire. Justinian's reign was marked by ambitious military campaigns, legal reforms, and the construction of the magnificent Hagia Sophia in Constantinople. Theodora, known for her intelligence and political acumen, played a significant role in shaping imperial policy and advocating for the rights of women and marginalized groups. The Byzantine Empire also made significant contributions to religious and artistic developments. The spread of Orthodox Christianity as the state religion influenced all aspects of Byzantine life, from politics to art and architecture. Iconography, mosaics, and religious texts flourished, creating a rich artistic tradition that continues to inspire artists to this day. Conclusion. Reflecting on the rich tapestry of the Roman Empire's history. As we conclude our exploration of the entire history of the Roman Empire, we have journeyed through a rich tapestry of events and eras that shaped one of the greatest civilizations in human history. From the legendary founding of Rome to the heights of the Roman Republic, the challenges of the Julio-Claudian dynasty, the stability of the Pax Romana, and the eventual decline and division of the empire, each period has left an indelible mark on the world. The Roman Empire's legacy endures in numerous aspects of modern society, from governance and law to architecture, language, and culture. Its influence can be seen in the foundations of Western civilization, shaping political systems, artistic traditions, and philosophical thought for centuries to come.
Okay, so guys, we've got a transcript to read through now, which is the entire history of the Roman Empire. So we can see this transcript right here with various words pulled up, which will be defined on the next section, which is the vocabulary bank. So here we have the transcript, and we'll have a look through that a little bit later. What I'd like to do first, though, is have a look at the vocabulary bank, so we can see various words to learn, which can help us to understand the text a little bit better. Okay. So just bear with me one moment while I get these words ready. Okay. Right, so I put the words in the chat box for you there. Let's go through some games now. So let's start with a simple game of tic-tac-toe. Okay. So let's start by choosing a square. So just to make this a bit simpler, let's have squares A, B, and C. And then we'll have squares 1, 2, and 3. So let's bring that one up a little bit. Okay, so let's start by choosing a square. Can someone choose a square for me? Like A1 or B2 or C3 or any of the squares?
I choose A1.
Great choice, A1. Okay, so this is, and we've got to be quick, the act, process, manner, or power of exercising authority and control Government. What could the word be? Quickly. Come on, guys. Oh, too late. Okay, we didn't get that one. Let's try another word. Sorry, another square. So which square should we choose?
B2.
B2, okay. Anything that is passed down or received from ancestors or from people who have come before.
Legacy.
Legacy is the word. Well done. Okay, so we got that square. Let's choose another one.
B1.
B1, okay. A story, theme, or personage that may or may not be factual, preserved in oral or written form as an embodiment of a people's ideals and accepted truths. So this is it's a myth. Yeah, a myth. A story that may or may not be true, usually related to the folklore or culture of a country. Very good. Choose another square, guys.
B3.
B3, okay. To strengthen or secure, make solid or stable.
Legacy.
Consolidate.
Consolidate, very good. And you can see the word solid in there, which means to bring everything together and make it safe and secure and bring it all together. Great job. Okay, let's try another game. Choose a square.
B1.
B1, okay. Having meaning, meaningful.
Significant.
Significant, well done. Choose another one.
B2.
B2, an enduring result of a past event.
Legacy.
A legacy, very good. All right, choose another square.
B3.
B3, a succession lasting several generations of rulers from the same family or group.
Dynasty.
Dynasty or dynasty, yep, very good. That's almost like a family lineage of rulers. Very good. Let's try another one. Choose a square.
C1.
A1 or C1? Did you say C1?
Yes.
C1. The improvement of wrong or bad conditions, especially by political means. So making things better politically.
Pivotal.
It's not pivotal, it's reform. Reform. When we reform things, we make things better. Choose a square.
C2.
C2. To be a symbol of.
Symbolize.
To symbolize, to show something in a symbolic way. Next one.
C3.
C3. Grow weaker or diminish gradually.
Fine.
Decline. Very good. Yep, well done. Good job, guys. Okay, choose another square.
B1.
C1, okay. Critically important or crucial, on which something is contingent. So it's pivotal, soft eye there. Pivotal. Yep, very good. Choose another square.
C2.
C2, okay. Making or leaving a permanent mark.
Indelible.
Indelible is right. Well done. So something that leaves a permanent mark. Very good. Choose another square.
C3.
C3. Okay, good. To combine into a whole or mass. To unify.
Legacy.
It's not legacy.
Consolidate.
Consolidate. Yep. To make one thing solid. Yep. Very good, guys. Good job. All right. Let's try another one. Choose a square.
A1.
A1. Good. Not prideful or pretentious. Modest.
Humble.
Humble. Very good. Choose another square.
A2.
A2, okay. Incapable of being removed or obliterated, permanent, something that won't go away.
Indelible.
Indelible, very good.
Indelible.
Choose another square.
A3.
A3. The state of being vulnerable, a weakness.
Vulnerability.
Vulnerability, very good. All right, good job, guys. All right, choose a square.
B1.
A1. Anything contributed or created by someone who is no longer living or active and which continues to be of influence or impact.
Might.
Not a myth, no.
Legacy.
Legacy, yeah. What is left after you die? Right, very good. Choose another square.
A2.
A2. Movement downwards.
Decline.
Decline, very good. Choose another square.
A3.
A3, very good. An act of entering into the territory of others with the intention of overtaking. An act or an invasion. Well done. Spectacular, guys. We're really good. Okay, choose another square.
C1.
C1, good. A story or body of stories based on tradition or legend originating in the oral history of a pre-literate society and incorporating its beliefs about the origins of the world. It's a myth. Yep, very good. Choose another square.
B1.
B1, okay. To become unified or strengthened.
Dynasty.
Consolidate. Very good. Consolidate. Choose another square.
A1.
A1, okay. Having consequence or import. Important.
Significant.
Significant. Very good. Doing really well, guys. Great job. Okay, fantastic. See that? We did really, really well there. Okay, let's try a different game. Okay. Let's try a crossword this time. And we'll take away those annotations on the board. Okay. So, first of all, we have one across, and this is movement downward. What could that be?
Decline.
Decline. Great. Let's try two down. Making or leaving a permanent mark.
Indelible.
Oh, gotta go down the right way. Indelible. Well done. Let's try free across. Not prideful or pretentious, modest.
Humble.
Humble. Well done. Humble. Great. Let's try four across. To be a symbol of. To represent something. Yep, is to symbolize. Great. Let's try five down. An act of entering into the territory of others with the intention of overtaking.
Invasion.
Invasion. Very good. Eight across. Let's try eight across. To become unified or strengthened. To become
indelible.
No. Indelible is more like being permanent. This is more about bringing everything together into one solid group.
Consolidate.
That's great. Consolidate. Fantastic. Six across. Let's try it. Incapable of being removed or obliterated, permanent.
Legacy.
Not legacy. It's one we've already had in this crossword.
Invasion.
Not invasion. Let's try 7 down to see if we can help us find it. A succession lasting several generations of rulers from the same family or group.
Dynasty.
Dynasty. Well done. Very good. Now let's see if that helps us. So we've got 6 across, something D, and it means incapable of being removed or obliterated.
Indelible.
Indelible. Well done. Indelible. Great job. Let's try 13 across now. So this is the state of being vulnerable.
Vulnerability.
Vulnerability is right. In the state of being weak or having a weakness. Let's try 14 down. So 14 down. An enduring result of a past event.
Legacy.
Legacy. Fantastic. Great job. Let's try 16 across. The act, process, manner, or power of exercising authority and control.
Governance.
Governance is right. Well done. Let's try 18 across. To strengthen or secure, to make solid or stable.
Consolidate.
Consolidate. Very good. 17 down. The improvement of wrong or bad conditions, especially by political means.
Decline.
Not decline. Decline means to go down.
Legacy.
Not legacy, no. Think about the definition rather than the letters. So, reform, yep, very good. All right, let's try 20 across.
Myth.
It's myth, well done, yep. So stories based on tradition or legend. 11 down, critically important or crucial.
Invasion.
Not invasion. So think about the definition rather than where the letters are. But something that is so important that if this doesn't happen, then all the rest of it won't happen either.
Pivotal.
Pivotal, very good. Pivotal, like this. Great. 10 down. Anything that is passed down or received from ancestors or from people who have come before. What do we think?
Legacy.
Legacy. Very good. 9 down. To grow weaker or diminish gradually.
Decline.
Decline. Well done. 12 down. Anything contributed or created by someone who is no longer living and active, which continues to be of influence or impact. We're talking about something that ancestors leave behind, something abstract.
Pivotal.
No, not pivotal. Think about the thing that is left behind, the stories that are left behind.
Legacy.
Legacy, very good. Okay, let's try 15 down. Having meaning, meaningful.
Significant.
Significant, very good. Let's try this one now, 15 across. Having consequence or import, something that's important.
Significant.
Significant again. Very good. 21 across, combine into a whole or mass, unify.
Consolidate.
Consolidate, very good. And then 19 down, a story, theme, or personage that may or may not be factual, preserved in oral or written form as an embodiment of a people's ideals and accepted truths.
Myth.
It's a myth. Very good. Great job, guys. Well done. So there we go. We've got all of our words there, and we've learned them very, very well. Let's move back. Okay. All right. Let's try let's try the matching fill in the blank. Let's try. So fill in the blank. We're going to try to use these in the correct place. Okay. So the German something of Poland took place in 1939.
Myth.
Not myth. So Germany went into Poland without Poland's permission. They were not
Legacy.
wanted. Sorry?
Legacy.
Not legacy. This is talking about the beginning of World War II, where Germany, the German army, went into Poland, and they were not supposed to be there. They were not allowed there.
In detail.
No, it's not indelible.
Invasion.
Invasion. Very good. The invasion, because the German army went into Poland and they were not allowed to go in there. They were not welcomed by Poland. It was invasion. According to the Greek something, Prometheus stole fire from the gods and gave it to man.
Myth.
That's a Greek myth. Very good. But Prometheus, yeah, a very old Greek myth about somebody called Prometheus who stole fire and gave it to the humans and was punished by the gods afterwards. Something ink. So ink is what is in pens, of course.
Indelible.
Indelible ink. So this is ink you cannot remove. Permanent ink. Very good. It was a small but something victory as it gave the troops the confidence they needed to battle on.
Invasion.
Significant.
Say that again, sorry.
Significant.
It could indeed be significant. And there's another word you could use. It's not actually up here, but there is another word that could work too. Any idea what that word could be? It's not one of the words you can see on screen. Begins with a P. You could also use the word pivotal, a pivotal victory, because pivotal means that a pivotal victory in a war is the difference between winning the war and losing the war. So an individual battle could be pivotal. So, for example, the Battle of Stalingrad, which was a battle between Germany and the USSR in World War II, the Soviet Union, was a pivotal battle because when the USSR won, it meant that Germany were going to lose the war, and they did lose the war after that. Next, her position as leader?
Consolidated.
Very good. Consolidated her position as leader. So she put all her power together. She got together everybody who supported her and set herself up as the leader. Next, the large number of orphans is a something of the war.
Invasion.
Not an invasion. So first of all, we would say an invasion because it's a vowel sound. But this is not related to, this is not an invasion. So orphans are children that don't have a mum and a dad. A mum or a dad.
Vulnerability.
Is a what?
Vulnerability.
No, it's not a vulnerability of the war. We're talking about something that is a reminder of the war having happened.
Decline.
No, it's not decline. It's something that's very sad because basically what it's saying is the war killed lots of people and that led to lots of children not having parents because their parents had died. And then after the war ended, what we have is lots of orphans.
Indelible.
No, it's not indelible. This is what we need is a noun, okay?
Legacy.
Legacy, yep. It's a legacy of the war. It's what's left over after the war is lots of children without parents. So it's a very sad sentence, isn't it? It was a beautiful house, but I worried about its 2 hurricanes.
Consolidating.
Consolidating.
No. So hurricanes are natural disasters, huge amounts of wind blowing a house down. So even though the house is very beautiful, it's very weak because a hurricane could knock it down.
Decline.
So what are we talking? Not decline. When we're talking about the weakness of something.
Declining.
No, not declining. We're talking about weakness.
Vulnerability.
That's the one. Vulnerability to hurricanes. Oh, clicked on the wrong one. The vulnerability to hurricanes. Very good. The union leaders are something, several small unions.
Significant.
No. So what they're doing is they're taking many, many small unions and putting them together into one big union.
Declining.
No. What do we do when we take lots of things that are far apart, put them together into one solid group?
Consolidating.
That's the one, consolidating. We use the continuous verb there. My father's health is something, and he can no longer live alone.
Decline.
Declining. Very good. This chart shows the something in profits over the last 6 months. So profits have gone down.
Decline.
Decline in profits over the last 6 months. Very good. Next up, the 2 businesses have done well since they joined together.
Consolidated.
Consolidated. Very good. There are various surrounding King Arthur.
Humble.
Not humble.
Myth.
King Arthur myths. Yeah, well done. King Arthur is a mythical king of the Britons. Probably didn't really exist. His fortune has, in recent years, declined in recent years. Very good. He was the son of the famed assassin, and his father's something haunted him all his life.
Indelible.
Not indelible. Indelible is an adjective. We need a noun.
Vulnerable.
Not vulnerability. So he was the son of a famed assassin. So an assassin is someone who kills people for money.
Legacy.
So legacy, yeah. So his father's legacy as a murderer haunted him his whole life. So it was hard to for people to forget. This esteemed university is the great of its enlightened founder.
Legacy.
Is the great legacy of its enlightened founder. Well done. These beloved traditions are part of our cultural what?
Myths.
Not myths.
Consolidated.
Nope.
Legacy.
Legacy again, yeah. She hid her something by pretending not to care what people said about her.
Humble.
Not humble. Humble is something you are.
Vulnerability.
Vulnerability, yep. So she didn't want people to know she did care about what people said, so she pretended she didn't. Although he was rich and powerful, he remained a man.
Humble.
A humble man. Very good. The fact that the window was open was not to us at first.
Consolidated.
No. So this is sort of like not important. The fact that the window was open was not important.
Significant.
Significant.
Significant to us at first. Very good. He was still tortured by memories of the war.
Indelible.
Indelible memories. Memories he can't forget. Right, very good. Let's try these last three now. The last to rule over all of China, was the Qing dynasty, whose emperors ruled from 1644 until 1912.
Dynasty.
The last dynasty, yeah, or dynasty. The introduction of the term rock and roll, is part of famous disc jockey Alan Freed.
Pivotal.
Not pivotal.
Legacy.
The legacy, yeah, very good. The thing that he had left behind is this term, rock and roll. The role that he played in the negotiations was
Significant.
yes, but pivotal is better. So it could be significant, but pivotal, because pivotal means that if it wasn't for the negotiations, then it wouldn't have worked. So it says here, little would have been achieved. So it was pivotal that he played this role in the negotiations. Other than price, there is no difference between these products.
Significant.
Significant difference. Fantastic. All right, that's really good, you guys. You're doing really, really well. Now, obviously, there are lots of other games that you can play on here to learn some more of the vocabulary. Okay, so if you do want to learn a bit more, then you can do it that way. We'll finish the lesson there, and we'll continue with that in another lesson. Okay. So before we stop, is there anything else that I can help you with? Anything I can go over with you at all?
I think no.
Okay. All right, guys. Well, we'll finish there then. And thank you for joining the lesson today. And I'll see you again soon. Bye-bye for now then. Take care.
Teacher.
Goodbye, teacher.
Goodbye, guys. Bye-bye.
Goodbye, teacher.
Goodbye. Goodbye. Take care. Bye-bye, everyone. Okay, guys. So we'll start today's lesson with a vocabulary game. Okay. So you can see the vocabulary bank, which is in the chat box. You'll be able to see that just in the chat box there. So have a look through the 15 words that you can see, and we're going to see if we can work out which word of the 3 listed here is the correct one. So first of all, this word is a noun, and a related word is fire. Does anyone have any idea what this word could be? Is it severe, attraction, or illumination? Not sure? Let's have a clue. So another similar word is light. So light. Does that help at all? So we've got illumination, attraction, and severe. Let's try another clue, shall we? Okay. So an antonym, an opposite word, is ignorance. And let's try the last one. Okay, the definition here, the act of illuminating or the state of being illuminated. So some big clues there. Any ideas, guys? What word we're looking at here? Just say the word that you think. Don't worry if you get things wrong. It's okay just to try and have a guess. Or if you are a bit shy of talking, just write the word in the chat box. Any ideas, you guys? Okay, we've got one word in the chat box from Chi, and that's the word illumination. Yeah, so illumination is the act of illuminating or being illuminated, basically lighting something up. It also has a more abstract definition, the opposite of ignorance. So essentially, knowledge. Well done, you guys. Let's try another one. So next we have a noun. This is an arena or stadium consisting of tiers of seats rising outward, forming an open central area used for performances, contests, and the like. So this is like a kind of very, very much like a stadium in that the seats sort of start on the ground close together and then they get wider and wider in the circumference. Yep, well done, guys. That's amphitheater. And we can see an image of an amphitheater right here, which is actually related to today's lesson. Next, we have a noun. We have a related word there, but I don't think that's going to help much. So a similar word here is background, which is a major clue there. Background. So we're talking about something that goes behind. Yep, the word is backdrop, very similar word. A curtain at the rear of a stage setting upon which are painted elements of the setting, such as windows, furniture, the sky, or the like, often used in theatre. Next, we have a noun, and the example is magnetic is a powerful force. So we're talking about the ability to draw something in, to pull something towards itself. Yes, well done. The word is attraction. Good job. And the opposite word is repulsion. So push something away. Very good. Next, we have a noun, and a related word is artisan. So an artisan is someone who's very, very good at what they do, usually a manual physical skill, usually one where you create something. Yep, we've got craftsman. So a man, or rather a person who practices a craft or skilled trade. Very good. All right, well done, guys. Now we're going to buy some powers to just make the game a little easier. We have an adjective here, and a related word is delectable. So when we describe something as delectable, we're usually talking about food that we really like, really delicious food. So what kind of adjective here could that possibly match up with? Only one of these words is an adjective, so that's a major clue. Which word could it be? Yes, well done. It's enjoyable. And some similar words are pleasing or entertaining. Very good. Next, we have a noun, and a similar word is captive. So a captive is someone who is basically restrained against their will. It's a prisoner. Well done. Somebody who is held under close guard or restraint, especially while on trial for a criminal offence, after conviction of a crime, or as an enemy during wartime. Very good. So the example there is the captive in handcuffs was marched into the room. Next, we have a transitive verb, and a related word is maintain. So when we maintain something, we sort of keep it going, keep it working, keep it operable, keep it alive. And the word is, yes, well done, preserve. A similar word is to conserve. And the definition here is to protect from injury, harm, or mishap. Very good. So the example, using this polish will help preserve the wood. Very good. All right, next we have a noun. And the example here is the troops engaged in heavy that day. So what could that mean? The troops engaged in heavy something that day. Combat is right. Yep, combat, fighting, conflict. And the definition here is fighting as between warring opponents. Very good. All right, let's proceed. Next, we have a noun, and a related word is belligerent. Now, belligerent can also be used as an adjective, but in this case, we're talking about a belligerent, as in somebody who is fighting on one side of a war. Let's take a couple away. So we've got the word gladiator or the word complete. So I'm going to tell you guys it's the word gladiator. So a gladiator was a man in ancient Rome who fought, sometimes to the death, not often actually, but sometimes to the death, and usually under compulsion for the amusement of an audience. Okay. All right. Let's take one more reveal. Let's have a look at this next word. It's an adjective. A mechanic needs a something set of auto wrenches. A mechanic needs a something set of auto wrenches. So what we need here is an adjective to talk about something being full. Not amphitheater. Let's have some clues. So a similar word would be all. A synonym would be whole. And the definition, lacking no necessary elements or parts. So when something is complete, well done. Very good. A mechanic needs a complete set of auto wrenches. Very good. Next, we have a noun, and a related word is despot. So a despot is, well, somebody who rules absolutely. So let's have some A similar word is king. Yes, and you guys have worked it out. Emperor, a supreme ruler of an empire. Next, we have an adjective, and a related word is tough. Tough. So let's have some clues for that one. A synonym is rigorous, and the definition extremely harsh, extremely strict, harsh, or rigid. It's not the word combat, although I can see why you've made that connection. Combat is actually a noun, and this is an adjective. So we're describing a noun. The example here is his father was a judge of his friends. Yes, well done. A severe judge of his friends. Fantastic. Next, we have a noun, and the definition is the process of putting into effect. So we're talking about making something work, sort of pressing the green light on something, making it work, beginning with something. Now, this word is also the act of, well, killing somebody through in a legal way. When somebody is executed, their life is ended in accordance with the law. So execution is also the process of putting into effect. There we go. So next we have a noun, and this is a person who engages in trade, a dealer or a merchant. Very good. A trader, a merchant or a middleman. Very good. All right, great stuff, guys. Well done. We're doing well. That's level 4. We're up to. We've finished that now. Now let's try using these words in context. Okay, those are definitions. So let's go through the definitions first, and then we'll try some context stuff. So amphitheater is the answer 1, 2, 3, or 4. You can just write the number. Which one is the correct answer here for amphitheater? Yes, it's an arena or stadium consisting of tiers of seats. Very good. Next, we have attraction. What is attraction? And again, just write the number. You don't have to write out the whole definition. It's the power of attracting, the power of drawing people in. Well done, guys. Next, we have backdrop. So backdrop, what do we mean by backdrop? Very good. A curtain at the rear of a stage setting. Fantastic. Combat. So we're talking about combat. We're talking about, yes, fighting as between warring opponents. Next, we have complete. So when something is complete, what do we mean by that? Very good. Yeah. Lacking no necessary elements or parts. A craftsman. A craftsman. What is a craftsman? Who can tell me? It's number 4. Very good. A man who practices a craft or skilled trade, an artisan. An emperor. What is an emperor? That is the supreme male ruler of an empire. If it's female, we would have the word empress. Enjoyable. What definition goes with the word enjoyable? It's pleasant or entertaining. Very good. Execution, not the definition where we mean killing someone with the sanction of the law, but the process of putting into effect. Well done. And a gladiator. What is a gladiator? Well done, guys. A man in ancient Rome who fought often to the death and usually under compulsion for the amusement of an audience. Now, I will correct the definition here. The word often is not strictly true. Gladiators didn't often fight to the death, although sometimes they were killed, or but they weren't always killed. They didn't often fight to the death. They did often fight. Illumination, so lighting things up. What do we mean by yes? The act of illuminating, the act of lighting things up, or in many cases, illumination can also mean illumination of knowledge, lighting up the dark areas of ignorance. And then we have this verb preserve. What do we mean by preserve? Very good. To protect from injury, harm, or mishap. Great work, guys. We're doing really well. A prisoner. What is a prisoner? Yes, it's a person held under close guard or restraint, especially while on trial. Severe. What do we mean by severe? It's an adjective. If we describe, yep, very good. If someone's, if a punishment is severe, we mean it's extremely strict, harsh, or rigid. And trader. What is a trader? Someone who engages in trade, a dealer, or a merchant. Very, very good. Okay, fantastic work, guys. And of course, we've done really, really well there. Now let's have a look. So we've got our vocabulary bank here, which you should be able to see. Let's try one more here. Okay. Let me just check if this is the game that I want. Fill in the blank. Set one down. Okay, yes, this is the one. So let's try using these in context now. So she prayed that the children would be from harm. So now we're going to have to write in the full word. She prayed that the children would be from harm. Now, you can use the same word more than once in this activity. It's not the word severe. Severe is an adjective. We need a past tense verb, because we can see here this says prayed, which is past tense. Yes, so the word is preserved. Now remember, guys, there might be different forms of the same word, like prisoner and prisoners, or the same word may be used more than once. Next, we have the troops engaged in heavy that day. Troops engaged in heavy something that day. So this is actually a noun referring to fighting. Troops are soldiers. It's a more informal way of saying soldiers. Not sure? Not execution. Let's try number 3. Let's see if we'll come back to that one. So magnetic is a powerful force. So this is the force of drawing things in, pulling something towards. It's attraction. Well done. Magnetic attraction is a powerful force. His father was a judge of his friends. A severe judge of his friends. Very good. So very harsh, very strict. A mechanic needs a set of auto wrenches. So if you're a mechanic, you need to have all of the tools, not just some of them, but all of them. Not sure? We'll come back to that one, okay? It's not execution. Let's try this next one. We're allowed to exercise in the yard. So what group of people are allowed to do exercise in the yard? And this is a plural. It's prisoners. Very good. And we can tell it's prisoners and not prisoner because it's were and not was. Punishment for even small crimes could be in those times. So this is an adjective to describe the punishment. It's not combat. Punishment for small crimes could be combat. That doesn't really work. Combat isn't often used as a punishment. It has been historically sometimes, but not commonly. What we want really is an adjective, not a noun, to describe the punishment and how bad it was. So it's not preserved. We need, again, preserved isn't the right sort of thing we're looking at here. We're looking for an adjective to describe something as being particularly cruel or harsh or strict. Let's come back to that one. Okay. Number 8, in handcuffs was marched into the room. Now pay attention to this bit. Was marched, not were marched. So that means we need a singular noun. Prisoner. Very good. Next one. The Allied were housed in rough barracks. Now, barracks are like the houses that soldiers stay in temporarily in the army. Yes, and it's the word prisoners again. Very good. And we see it's a plural noun because of the word were. Next, of the plan will require everyone's help. So this is when we put a plan into motion. Not complete. Completion of the plan would be okay, but this is not there isn't a word completion up there, so we've just got complete. That's not the one. Execution, well done, is the right one. The execution of the plan will require everyone's help. Right, let's try this one again. So the troops engaged in heavy something that day. The troops engaged in heavy. The word means fighting. Yes, it's combat. Well done. And then a mechanic needs a set of auto wrenches. A complete set of auto wrenches. Very good. Oh, let me put that in properly. Fantastic work, everyone. Oh, well, there's one more. Punishment for even small crimes could be in those days. So we're thinking of cruel punishment, strict punishment, very nasty punishment. Any idea at all, guys? The answer is severe. Severe. We're describing the punishment, the noun punishment, as severe, adjective severe. Okay, let's try the last four now. It was a beautiful evening for a concert in the outdoor something. So a concert, it's like a big musical event. Amphitheater, very good. Kind of like a stadium. Using this polish will help the wood. Preserve the wood, very good. Her son had died in combat in Italy, well done. Without giving this information, the report is not complete. Very good. All right, well done, guys. Great job. Now, what we're going to do now is we're going to watch the video about the Colosseum, and it will contain all of the vocabulary words we've just learned. So now we can see them in context once again on the Stax English IELTS Master Course. So let's watch that from the beginning. We'll put the subtitles on too.
The Colosseum. Always at the top, smack bang in the middle of Rome, you'll have no trouble getting there. With that being said, here are a few facts to know. The Colosseum is an amphitheater and was built and added to by a number of Roman emperors over the years. In the Colosseum, gladiators would fight, battles would be replayed, and executions would be shown. Underneath the Colosseum, prisoners awaited death. Animals from around the world were caged, and gladiators prepared to enter the arena. Because of the many executions throughout its history, the Colosseum is now being used to shed light on the death penalty. When a prisoner anywhere in the world has their death penalty sentence changed to a less severe sentence, the Colosseum's nighttime illumination changes from white to gold. Completed in 80 AD, making it almost 2,000 years old, it's still the biggest amphitheater in the world today. Despite its almost 2,000-year history, combat entertainment only took place for about a quarter of that time. For most of its recent history, it was used in many different ways. Traders, artists, and craftsmen worked there. People would pray there, and it was even used as a place to bury people. Now it's being preserved and is only being used as a tourist attraction. However, some top to various shows and events. If you decide to go to the Colosseum, my only advice is book your ticket in advance and go early in the morning. That way you'll have less waiting time and a more enjoyable visit. Hopefully, these simple facts will inspire you to learn more about the colossal history of the Colosseum. Thanks for watching. Please.
Okay, guys. All right. So let's go through some quiz questions related to the Colosseum. So let's try these 8 questions. So first of all, what do we mean by smack bang in the middle? What does smack bang in the middle mean? Write your answer in the chat box or say it out loud. So is it nowhere even close to the center? Close to, but not exactly the middle? Or directly in the center? So we can write A, B, or C just to save time. So it means directly in the center. Well done. Smack bang in the middle. It's an idiom for directly in the center. You'll have no trouble. What does that mean? Does it mean it will be hard, it will be easy, or it is illegal? Means it will be easy. You'll have no trouble. Means it will be easy. Okay. What does shed light on? What does that mean? Does it mean A, to reveal more information about something? B, to turn on the light or light a candle? Or to illuminate the shed? What do you think? A, B, or C? It means to reveal more information about something. Well done. The Colosseum is something many tourists wish to see when they visit Italy. Is that true, false, or not given in the video? What do we think? True, false, or not given? So Quinn is saying it's true. Let's have a look. Quite correct, yep. The Roman Emperor Vespasian started building the Colosseum. True, false, or not given? Now remember, when we do an IELTS reading test, we have to listen for information that is given or information that is contradicted and directly said to be false, or we also ought to check whether the information is there at all, any information about it. So even if you know something to be true, or know something to be false, or believe something to be true, or believe something to be false, that doesn't necessarily mean that you should put true or false. It might be not given. And in this case, there's nothing about the Roman Emperor Vespasian. And you can check the text by looking for the word Vespasian, because you can't really change that to anything else. You can't change the meaning of that word to any kind of synonym because it's a proper noun. So question 6, gladiators fought, battles were reimagined, and executions occurred in the Colosseum. Is that true, false, or not given? True is the correct answer. Well done. Underneath the Colosseum, prisoners were free to go, waited to be executed, or prepared for battle. What do we think? Waited to be executed is correct answer. Well done. And underneath the Colosseum, animals from around the world were locked up, fighting gladiators or awaiting execution. Yes, animals were locked up. Well done. Right, great job, guys. So we're going to practice a little speaking task now, which is called a historic place. Now, this is a task 2 practice test. So with task 2 in the IELTS speaking test, you have to speak continuously for 1 to 2 minutes. Now, what we're going to do is we're going to have 1 minute to prepare what we're going to say, as we would in the IELTS speaking test in part 2. And then I want you to speak for 1 to 2 minutes on this subject. So we're going to start with, let's start with Quinn. Okay. I'll give you 1 minute to prepare. So make sure you have pen and paper or something to take notes with. Okay. I want you to describe a historic place that you know about. So I'm going to give you 1 minute to prepare, starting from now. Okay, if you could begin speaking now.
Okay. The Colosseum, also known as a Flavian amphitheater, is an enduring symbol of the Roman Empire grandeur and complexity. Located in the heart of Rome, it was commissioned by Emperor Vespasian of the Flavian dynasty around 70 AD and completed by his son, Emperor Titus, in 1880. Over the years, it underwent modification by subsequent emperors, including Domitian, who added underground tunnels and chambers known as the Hypogeum.
Okay, so Quinn, the aim of part 2 is to be able to speak about the subject that's presented in your own words. Okay, so what I believe it sounded like you were doing there was reading from a text, and that's not really what we're looking for in the IELTS test. Obviously, when you go into an IELTS speaking test, you will not be allowed to take anything with you, which you will just have the 1 minute provided to make some notes about what you're going to say. So some of the questions that you should answer would be, well, first of all, tell us about a historic place, what the place is, where it's located, and the significance of the place, and describe your experience of the place. It might be that you've never been to that place. That's okay. You can just talk about how you've maybe read about it, or something that you know about it, or maybe that you would like to go there one day. What we want to avoid when we're doing the IELTS speaking test, we want to avoid rehearsed answers. Okay, so we never know really what we're going to get. We can't be 100% sure what we're going to get. So trying to rehearse an answer for an IELTS speaking test is not going to work, really. So what we want to do ideally is just to talk about a place continuously for 1 to 2 minutes, answer some questions about it, and not I don't want you to sort of look something up and read it to me word for word, because it's quite clear to an examiner when someone is doing that, because there will be, first of all, the grammar is usually flawless, but not just flawless in a way that it's spoken flawlessly, that it appears to be written flawlessly as well. And it comes up, the speaking itself comes off a little bit unnatural, because it is quite clear that the person is reading it. You understand? And they may use terms which they don't fully know. It doesn't really work, because once you get onto part 3, it isn't just you speaking, it will be the examiner speaking as well, and it will be a bit more conversational. And at that point, the examiner may ask you questions about things that you've spoken about. And if you're not entirely familiar with it, it will betray the idea that it will betray the fact that you've rehearsed an answer. So we want to avoid rehearsed answers, okay? So let's try this again. This time, let's try it with Chi. So Chi, I would like you to describe a historic place that you know about. You should say what the place is, where it is located, and what is the significance of the place, and your experience of the place. Okay, so I'll give you a minute to prepare, Chi, and you can take some notes. Your minute starts now. Okay. Okay, so if you could begin speaking now, please.
Yes. I think a historic place that I know about is Lam Kinh Historical Site, and it's located in Thanh Hóa Province, Lam Sơn Town. I think it is so important with our traditional, because this is one of the historical relics of Thanh Hóa with a long history. It commemorates the marriages of heroes who came before, and the experience when I came here is everything is so historical. I can see the I can study a lot of experience about the king, or I think that's okay.
Okay, so you spoke there for a minute and a half, which is good. Ideally, we want to try to get up to that 2-minute mark, but you can see there that you self-corrected a number of times. You made sure that you were talking in the past tense where necessary, and you were able to go through all of the questions that are presented. So you're doing well there, Chi. Next, I would like to hear from Vu Tan Dat. So I'd like you to take 1 minute to prepare, and then speak for 1 to 2 minutes, ideally as close to 2 minutes as possible, about a historic place that you know about. So Vu Tan Dat, I'm going to give you a minute to prepare, and then I want you to speak afterwards, okay? So your minute begins now. Okay, if you could just begin speaking now, please.
Yes. In my country, we are many historic places such as Lighting Pagoda, King Jingle Temple. Especially, we have one pillar pagoda. It has been around for 1,000 years and is the part of Hanoi. Every every year there are there are many domestic and foreign tourists tourism coming here. It helps Vietnam tourism becomes more popular and mm, and trending. In short, Pillar Pagoda is symbol of Hanoi and Vietnam. Um, in in the future, me and families will go to Hanoi and I go to here. Yes.
Okay, so you spoke for 1 minute and 20 seconds there. So again, we want to try to 1 minute is acceptable, but we want to try to make it up to 2 minutes if we can. You have to be careful, Butandat, with your prepositions, your use of plurals, putting the S's on the present simple when necessary, and use of articles as well. So remember things like and the, and correct usage of verbs when you're using the present simple, like he goes, it goes, she goes, or we go, they go, you go, and I go. So that might be something to review. Use of the correct tenses as well, and prepositions, words like of and in and at. Okay. All right, guys. So well done there. Well done for practicing the speaking. Okay. Let's just close that quickly. 1 moment. Okay. Okay. What we're going to do now is we're going to have a look at just something we're going to do conversationally. Now, this is a writing task, but we're going to just talk about it a little bit, okay? So what we've got here is a prompt. Some people think that learning about history is a waste of time, while others believe it is essential. So we're going to discuss both sides of the argument and give our opinion. So let's go back let's start with Vutandat this time. So Vutandat, what do you think about this? Some people think that learning about history is a waste of time. What do you think? Just briefly. Vutandat. Do you think that learning about history is something that we need to do? Do you think it's something we should be doing in school? Vutandat, I need you to answer the question. Okay, let's move on. So, Cheek, what about you? Could you tell me what your opinion is? Some people think that learning about history is a waste of time, while others believe it is essential. What do you think?
I think I don't agree with this opinion.
Which opinion do you not agree with, though?
Learning about history is a waste of time.
So you don't agree that learning about history is a waste of time. Why do you think it's not a waste of time?
Because I think that if you learned history, you can know a lot of things that your I can describe this.
Okay, so something that might help you here is you've made your opinion clear, and what we want to do really is provide facts, evidence, examples to justify your opinion. So you've said that history is not a waste of time. Learning about history is not a waste of time. And you were giving me some reasons why that is. Okay, so let's continue with that. So what can we learn from history?
We can know a lot of knowledge in the past.
We can
that
learn yeah.
We can know a lot of knowledge in the past that can help us
Yes.
um,
Okay. So we can learn a lot of knowledge from the past that can help us today to quite often we can learn mistakes that people have made in history, and we can use that as a blueprint to avoid making the same mistakes again. Thank you, Chi. Quinn, what is your opinion on this? Some people think that learning about history is a waste of time, whilst others believe it is essential. What do you think?
I think I don't agree because
Just to be
history.
clear, sorry, Quinn. When you say I don't agree, there are two opinions stated here. Do you disagree that it's essential, or do you disagree that it's a waste of time? So we have to be clear on which opinion we're supporting and which opinion we are disagreeing with.
I don't agree with some people think that learning about history is a waste of time.
I don't agree that learning about history is a waste of time. Okay.
Because history helps with critical thinking and provides context for the future.
Very good. Okay, that's a good, very succinct, but well-worded answer. Provides critical thinking for the future. Okay. Now, one thing we can do, guys, to expand on our answers a little bit is to talk about the opposite point of view. Now, you don't have to persuade the examiner about the opposing opinion, but it's a good idea to show that you understand what the other side thinks. So we've all stated, and I agree with you guys too, that that learning about history is important. I believe it is indeed essential. I don't believe it's a waste of time, and neither do you two. So what might be useful to enrich our argument is to state why some people might believe it's a waste of time. So, Chi, Quian, could you tell me why would anybody think that learning about history is a waste of time? Why would anyone think it's a silly thing to learn about or a pointless thing to learn about?
Why people think that?
Yeah, why would people think that? So for me, I can venture one answer. I can imagine that some people might see history as being just a bunch of events that happened a very long time ago that really have no bearing on today. And it's very easy to see that because if you go back 1,000 years and we talk about English history, we could talk about 1066, the Norman invasion, and the Battle of Hastings, and William the Conqueror crossing the Channel, and all of that. And people think, why was that important? Why does that even matter? Who cares what happens? It wouldn't matter who won the Battle of Hastings. Everything would still more or less be the same. That's probably what some people would think. I personally believe they're very wrong. I think that every event in history has had some sort of effect on what we have today. And it's very important to learn about history so that we can understand why things are the way they are today. But I can understand why some people might see it as being a waste of time or not relevant to their individual lives. What would you say, Queen? Why do you think anyone might think learning about history could be a waste of time?
I think it doesn't solve current problems, focus on memorization, and seem irrelevant to modern skill like technology or business.
Very good. Yeah, so that's another strong argument for why learning about history is a waste of time, because people might say, why am I learning about something that happened 1,000 years ago? I want to learn about something relevant to my life right now. So that's another good argument to state the opposing point of view. Yeah. All right, guys, we're going to have to finish there. So is there anything else I can help you with or anything I can go through with you before we finish?
I think no.
Okay.
No.
All right, guys. Well, if you need anything, send me an email or message me, okay? All right. Bye-bye for now, guys. Bye-bye.
Bye, teacher.
Bye-bye.
Goodbye, teacher.
Bye-bye, everyone. Take care.
The Battle of Stalingrad, which was fought from the 17th of July, 1942 to the 2nd of February, 1943, was a major battle on the Eastern Front of World War II, beginning when Nazi Germany and its Axis allies attacked and became locked in a protracted struggle with the Soviet Union for control over the Soviet city of Stalingrad, now known as Volgograd, in southern Russia. The battle was characterized by fierce close-quarters combat and direct assaults on civilians in aerial raids. The battle epitomized urban warfare, being the single largest and costliest urban battle in military history. It was the bloodiest and fiercest battle of the entirety of World War II, and arguably in all of human history, as both sides suffered tremendous casualties amidst ferocious fighting in and around the city. The battle is commonly regarded as the turning point in the European theatre of World War II, as Germany's Oberkommando der Wehrmacht was forced to withdraw a considerable amount of military forces from other regions to replace losses on the Eastern Front. By the time the hostilities ended, the German 6th Army and 4th Panzer Army had been destroyed and Army Group B was routed. The Soviets' victory at Stalingrad shifted the Eastern Front's balance of power in their favor, while also boosting the morale of the Red Army.
The Extraordinary Life of Professor Vadim Medish. Professor Vadim Medish, born in Krasnodar, Russia, in 1924, grew up amidst a culturally diverse community nestled in the Caucasus region. His family history reflects this richness, as both Russian and German were spoken in their home. Medish's father, a biologist educated in Germany, dedicated his life to studying plant diseases at a local agricultural university. The onset of World War II would dramatically alter the course of Medish's life, forever intertwining his fate with the horrors of war. As the war escalated, the upheaval reached Krasnodar. Medish's father became a victim of the paranoia that gripped the Soviet Union during this tumultuous period. Wrongfully accused of collaborating with the Germans due to his German ties, he was imprisoned and likely perished during a chaotic evacuation of prisoners. This family tragedy marked a profound shift in Medish's life. Soon after completing high school, he was drafted into the Red Army in 1941. At just 17 years old, Medish found himself fighting in one of the war's pivotal battles, the Battle of Stalingrad. This 8-month-long siege was fraught with brutality, confusion, and desperation. After serving 6 months on the front lines, he was captured by the German forces. As a prisoner of war, Medish faced the grim realities of captivity, working on labour projects that involved converting Russian railway tracks to the German gauge. His proficiency in both German and Russian became a crucial survival tool. It not only allowed him to navigate the dangers of being a prisoner, but also secured his place in the Labour Battalion, where he contributed to the war effort by modifying essential infrastructure. As the tides of war turned, and the German forces began their retreat from Soviet territory in 1944, Medish experienced a shift in circumstances. Declared a potential traitor in his homeland due to his German heritage, he was integrated into the German army, serving under duress as they faced mounting losses. As World War II came to a close in 1945, Medish was eventually released from captivity. However, his return to a changed Russia, where suspicion against him loomed, was not possible. In search of a fresh start, Medish immigrated to the United States in 1949. Shortly after his arrival, he was once again drafted, this time to fight in the Korean War. With resolve and resilience, he navigated life in a new country, forging a path that allowed for healing and growth. Settling in Washington, D.C., Medish built a new life, marrying and raising a family. His son, who has followed in his father's intellectual footsteps as a writer, has taken it upon himself to chronicle Medish's life and his remarkable journey. Portions of his father's story have been published in prestigious outlets such as the Washington Post, showcasing the resilience of a man who endured so much. Today, Professor Vadim Medish represents a bridge between different worlds, embodying both the anguish of war and the hope for a better future. Residing in Washington, D.C., surrounded by his son and several grandchildren, he continues to reflect on his past, sharing his experiences to educate others about the complexities of war and the human spirit. His life, marked by trials and triumph, serves as a powerful testament to survival, resilience, and the enduring bond of family across generations. Vadim Medish's story is not just a narrative of conflict, it is a profound journey of identity, belonging, and the unyielding quest for peace, making him a vital part of the historical tapestry that shaped the 20th century and continues to influence the present. Vasily Zaitsev, the Sniper of Stalingrad. Vasily Zaitsev has become an iconic figure in the annals of World War II history. He is best known as a Soviet sniper during the Battle of Stalingrad in World War II. His story, while marked by individual skill and remarkable feats in the face of profound adversity, also serves as a reminder of the brutal, dehumanizing nature of war, a conflict that claimed millions of lives and left cities in ruins. Born on April 2nd, 1915, in the Ural Mountains of Russia, Zaitsev grew up in a modest family that depended on hunting and foraging for sustenance. He brought home his first hunting trophy at the age of 12, a wolf that he killed with a single bullet from his first personal gun given to him by his grandfather, a single-shot 20-gauge shotgun. His early life experiences in the wilderness fostered a familiarity with shooting and an acute awareness of his surroundings. In June 1941, Zaitsev was serving in the Soviet Navy as a clerk in Vladivostok when Germany invaded the Soviet Union in what was called Operation Barbarossa. Like many of his comrades, he volunteered for transfer to the front line out of a sense of duty to his homeland. He had attained the rank of Chief Petty Officer in the Navy and was assigned the rank of Senior Warrant Officer upon transfer to the Army. He was assigned to the 1047th Rifle Regiment of the 284th Tomsk Rifle Division, which became part of the 62nd Army at Stalingrad on the 17th of September 1942. The Battle of Stalingrad was one of the deadliest confrontations of World War II, lasting from August 1942 to February 1943. The city, once a symbol of industrial strength, became the site of immense suffering as Soviet and German forces clashed in urban warfare that often devolved into chaos. The environment was characterized by destruction. As the battle raged, Stalingrad morphed into a devastated landscape of rubble and ruin, where close-quarters combat often eclipsed traditional warfare. Zaitsev's accuracy with a rifle led to him becoming a sniper. Utilizing the urban environment to his advantage, he adapted to the chaos surrounding him by mastering the art of concealment and ambush. Zaitsev's success was not merely due to his marksmanship, he was also an adept strategist, often outthinking his opponents. Zaitsev would conceal himself in various locations, for example, on high ground, under rubble, or in water pipes. After a few kills, he would change his position or relocate. Together with his partner, Nikolai Kulikov, Zaitsev perfected his hide and sting tactics. One method was to cover a large area from 3 positions with 2 men at each point, a sniper and a scout. This tactic, known as the Sixes, is still in use today by Russian forces and was implemented during the Chechen Wars. As Zaitsev arrived in Stalingrad, he was thrust into a nightmarish landscape. He quickly learned to navigate the brutal realities of combat, using the remnants of the devastated city for concealment. His talent as a sniper enabled him to take aim at enemy soldiers, but each pull of the trigger came with the echo of suffering, reminders of lives being cut short. Zaitsev's reputation grew as he achieved significant success, reportedly claiming over 200 enemy targets. His ability to eliminate high-value targets disrupted the German command structure and instilled fear among enemy troops. Stories of his feats spread among Soviet soldiers, elevating him to the status of a national hero. Yet, this success was not a source of pride. Rather, it underscored the grim nature of his reality. Each interaction with the enemy was laced with loss and guilt, amplifying the emotional burden that accompanied the act of taking a life. The psychological toll of surviving in such a brutal environment weighed heavily on Zaitsev and his comrades. It is believed, though not confirmed, that Zaitsev was engaged in a tense standoff with a rival German sniper at Stalingrad. The 2 snipers stalked one another across the scarred landscape, each vying for superiority. The intensity of the encounter exemplified the psychological and strategic dimensions of warfare. Zaitsev ultimately outsmarted his adversary and emerged victorious, further boosting his reputation. The conditions in Stalingrad were harsh and unforgiving. Soldiers faced not only the enemy, but also starvation, extreme weather, and the constant threat of death. Zaitsev endured these hardships alongside his fellow soldiers, each day marked by uncertainty and fear. The turning point in the battle came with a Soviet counter-offensive, which ultimately encircled the German Sixth Army. While this military maneuver marked a significant strategic victory, it was also accompanied by staggering casualties on both sides. Zaitsev continued to fight at the Battle of Stalingrad until January 1943, when a mortar, or possibly a landmine, injured his eyes. He recovered, and on the 22nd of February 1943, Zaitsev was awarded the title Hero of the Soviet Union. Zaitsev recruited and trained other marksmen during his service in Stalingrad. He returned to the front and finished the war at the Battle of Seelow Heights in Germany with the military rank of captain. Zaitsev emerged from the battle as a recognized figure, representing a complex mix of survival and loss. He participated in post-war engagements, sharing his experiences in hopes of fostering a narrative of resilience rather than glorifying the act of killing. After the war, Zaitsev transitioned to life as a military officer and teacher. He authored his memoirs to recount the realities of his experiences, opting to focus on the profound impacts of war rather than seeking personal glorification. His legacy is multifaceted. While his skills were remarkable, his story also serves as a somber reminder of the costs of conflict, the loss of life, and the emotional scars left on those who survive. He passed away on December 15, 1991, but remains a symbol of courage and skill, celebrated by historians and military enthusiasts alike. Vasily Zaitsev's experiences during the Battle of Stalingrad illustrate not just individual bravery, but also the tragic complexity of war. His legacy is intertwined with the memories of suffering and loss, underscoring how conflict can distort human existence. Rather than lionizing his actions, his story invites reflection on the consequences of warfare and the enduring scars it leaves on humanity. In the end, Zaitsev represents not a hero of valor, but a witness to the painful realities that should never be forgotten. His legacy endures not only through his remarkable feats as a sniper, but also as a reminder of the countless individuals who faced unimaginable hardships during one of history's most brutal conflicts. As long as the story of Stalingrad is told, so too will the story of Vasily Zaitsev, the sniper who became a legend. Friedrich Paulus, the rise and fall of a German general at Stalingrad. Friedrich Paulus, a German general during World War II, is best remembered for his pivotal role as the commander of the Sixth Army during the infamous Battle of Stalingrad. His leadership and the circumstances of his surrender marked a turning point in the war, forever etching his name in the annals of military history. Born on the 23rd of March 1890 in Würzburg, Germany, Friedrich Paulus grew up in a military family and developed an early interest in the armed forces. He joined the German army in 1910 and served with distinction during World War I, where his organisational skills and leadership abilities quickly garnered attention. By the end of the war, he had risen through the ranks, serving in various staff positions that further sharpened his strategic acumen. Following Germany's defeat in World War I, Paulus remained in the newly formed Reichswehr, the Weimar Republic's military. Despite the limitations imposed by the Treaty of Versailles, he continued to build his career, demonstrating his competence in planning and logistics. His experiences during this period laid the groundwork for his future assignments during World War II. As World War II erupted, Paulus's talent did not go unnoticed. He played a significant role in the German invasions of Poland and France, earning a promotion to Major General. In November 1941, he was appointed as commander of the Sixth Army, with the ambitious task of capturing Stalingrad, a strategic city on the Volga River. He was given the position of Major General when Field Marshal Walter von Reichenau, Paulus's patron, became commander of the entire Army Group South. Paulus, at that time, had never commanded a larger unit than a battalion. However, Paulus only took over his new command on the 20th of January, 6 days after the sudden death of Reichenau. This left him on his own and without the support of his more experienced sponsor. Alone in his duties, Paulus led the drive on Stalingrad that summer. His troops fought Soviet forces defending Stalingrad for over 3 months in increasingly brutal urban warfare. In November 1942, 1 year after his promotion to Major General, the Soviet Red Army launched a massive counteroffensive named Operation Uranus. Despite finding himself surrounded by an entire Soviet army group, Paulus did not request to evacuate the city. Completely surrounded, Paulus followed Adolf Hitler's orders to hold his positions in Stalingrad under all circumstances. 1 month later, Operation Winter Storm was launched, a relief effort by Army Group Don, a short-lived army group under the command of Field Marshal Erich von Manstein. Following von Manstein's orders, Paulus prepared to break out of Stalingrad. In the meantime, he kept his army in fixed defensive positions. Manstein told Paulus that the relief would need assistance from the 6th Army, but the order to initiate the breakout never came. Paulus remained firm in obeying the orders he had been given. Manstein's forces were unable to reach Stalingrad on their own, and their efforts were eventually halted due to Soviet offences elsewhere on the front. Kurt Zeitzler, the newly appointed chief of the Army General Staff, eventually convinced Hitler to allow Paulus to break out, provided he continued to hold Stalingrad, an impossible task. For the next 2 months, Paulus and his men fought on. However, the lack of food and ammunition, the equipment losses, and the deteriorating physical condition of the German troops gradually wore down the German defence. With the new year, Hitler promoted Paulus to Colonel General. Refusing to capitulate, Paulus stated, "What would become of the war if our army in the Caucasus were also surrounded? That danger is real. But as long as we keep on fighting, the Red Army has to remain here. They need these forces for a big offensive against Army Group A in the Caucasus and along the still unstable front from Voronezh to the Black Sea. We must hold them here to the last so that the Eastern Front can be stabilised. Only if that happens is there a chance of the war going well for Germany." On the 7th of January 1943, General Konstantin Rokossovsky, commander of the Red Army on the Don Front, called a ceasefire and offered Paulus's men generous surrender terms, including normal rations, medical treatment for the ill and wounded, and permission to retain their badges, decorations, uniforms, and personal effects. As part of his communication, Rokossovsky advised Paulus that he was in an impossible situation. Paulus requested permission from Hitler to surrender. Even though it was obvious the 6th Army was in an untenable position, the German Army High Command rejected Paulus's request, stating, "Capitulation is out of the question. Every day that the army holds out longer helps the whole front and draws away the Russian divisions from it." After a Soviet offensive overran the last emergency airstrip in Stalingrad on the 25th of January, the Soviet command again offered Paulus a chance to surrender. Paulus radioed Hitler once again for permission, telling Hitler that collapse was inevitable. Paulus stressed that his men had no ammunition or food and he was no longer able to command them. He also said that 18,000 men were wounded and were in immediate need of medical attention. Once again, Hitler rejected Paulus's request unequivocally and ordered him to hold Stalingrad to the death. On the 30th of January, Paulus informed Hitler that his men were only hours from collapse. Hitler responded by handing out field promotions to Paulus's officers, an attempt to restore morale and bolster their will to hold their ground. Most significantly, he promoted Paulus to Field Marshal, the same title held by Walter von Reichenau just over a year before. But the title came with a morbid implication. In deciding to promote him, Hitler noted that there was no known record of a Prussian or German field marshal ever having surrendered. The message was clear. If Paulus allowed himself to be taken alive, he would shame Germany's military history. Paulus was to commit suicide. Paulus and his staff surrendered on the morning of 31st of January 1943. The events of that day were recorded by Colonel Wilhelm Adam in his personal diary. January the 31st, 1943, 7 a.m. It was still dark, but day was dawning almost imperceptibly. Paulus was asleep. It was some time before I could break out of the maze of thoughts and strange dreams that depressed me so greatly. But I don't think I remained in this state for very long. I was going to get up quietly when someone knocked at the door. Paulus awoke and sat up. It was the HQ commander. He handed the Colonel General a piece of paper and said, "Congratulations, the rank of Field Marshal has been conferred upon you. The dispatch came early this morning. it was the last one. One can't help feeling it's an invitation to suicide. However, I'm not going to do them such a favour, said Paulus after reading the dispatch. Schmidt continued, "At the same time, I have to inform you that the Russians are at the door." With these words, he opened the door, and a Soviet general and his interpreter entered the room. The general announced that we were his prisoners. I placed my revolver on the table. "Prepare yourself for departure. We shall be back for you at 9 o'clock. You will go in your personal car," said the Soviet general through his interpreter. Then they left the room. I had the official seal with me. I prepared for my last official duty. I recorded Paulus's new rank in his military document, stamped it with the seal, then threw the seal into the glowing fire. The main entrance to the cellar was closed and guarded by the Soviet soldiers. An officer, the head of the guards, allowed me and the driver to go out and get the car ready. Climbing out of the cellar, I stood dumbfounded. Soviet and German soldiers, who just a few hours earlier had been shooting at one another, now stood quietly together in the yard. They were all armed, some with weapons in their hands, some with them over their shoulders. My God, what a contrast between the two sides. The German soldiers, ragged and in light coats, looked like ghosts with hollow, unshaven cheeks. The Red Army fighters looked fresh and wore warm winter uniforms. Involuntarily, I remembered the chain of unfortunate events which had prevented me from sleeping for so many nights. The appearance of the Red Army soldiers seemed symbolic. At 9 o'clock sharp, the HQ commander of the 6th Army arrived to take the commander of the vanquished German 6th Army and its staff towards the rear. The march towards the Volga had ended. Paulus's surrender marked a significant turning point in the war, as it was the first major defeat of the German army and a serious blow to Nazi morale. It also symbolized a shift in the momentum of the war in favor of the Soviet Union. On the 2nd of February 1943, the remainder of the 6th Army capitulated. Upon finding out about Paulus's surrender, Hitler flew into a rage and vowed never to appoint another field marshal again. In reality, he went on to appoint another 7 field marshals during the last 2 years of the war. Speaking about the surrender of Paulus, Hitler told his staff, "In peacetime Germany, about 18,000 or 20,000 people a year chose to commit suicide, even without being in such a position. Here is a man who sees 50,000 or 60,000 of his soldiers die defending themselves bravely to the end. How can he surrender himself to the Bolshevists?" During his captivity, according to General Max Pfeffer, Paulus said, "I have no intention of shooting myself for this Bohemian corporal." Paulus also forbade his soldiers from standing on top of their trenches in order to be shot by the enemy. Shortly before surrendering, Paulus sent his wedding ring back to his wife on the last plane departing his position. He had not seen her since 1942 and would never see her again, as she died in 1949 while he was still in captivity. After his capture, Paulus was held as a prisoner of war by the Soviets. Throughout his captivity, he reflected on the events that had transpired and became increasingly critical of the Nazi regime. Upon his release, he settled in East Germany, where he lived until his death on February 1, 1957, in Dresden. In his later years, Paulus published writings that detailed his experiences during the war, offering a valuable perspective on the strategies employed and the realities faced by soldiers. His memoirs provided insight into the complexities of warfare and the psychological toll it exacted on commanders and troops alike. Friedrich Paulus remains a complex figure in military history. Some view him as an able commander caught in a no-win situation, while others criticize his execution of the campaign and his decision to surrender. His experiences at Stalingrad not only highlight the devastating impact of war, but also serve as a reminder of the consequences of strategic miscalculations. His writings and the lessons learned from his command continue to be studied by military historians and students of warfare, ensuring that his legacy endures as a cautionary tale of ambition, strategy, and the harsh realities of battle. Friedrich Paulus's life is a testament to the tumultuous times of World War II. His rise through military ranks, the challenges he faced at Stalingrad, and his reflections on warfare paint a vivid picture of a soldier caught in the depths of one of history's most brutal conflicts. As we continue to study the events of this era, Paulus's story serves as an enduring reminder of the complexities of leadership and the often unpredictable nature of war. Essential IELTS enrichment, linking the past and present. Introduction. The ability to connect historical events or ideas from the past with current situations is a valuable skill in IELTS writing and speaking. It demonstrates critical thinking, contextual understanding, and the ability to develop nuanced arguments. Let's look at how the video on the Deaf Railway accomplishes this, and how you can apply similar techniques in your own work. Historical background. In the transcript about the Deaf Railway, the speaker discusses the historical background, its construction during World War II, the suffering of labourers, and its origin as a military project. Then they connect this past to the present by highlighting how the site now serves as a memorial and educational resource. For example, today the site serves as a reminder. It prompts broader conversations about war, memory, and reconciliation. These phrases show how the past's significance endures into the present, influencing current attitudes and remembrance practices. Use of time markers. Words like today, currently, and now establish the present context. We can use time markers to bring the audience back to the present day, adding a sense of legacy to the writing. Legacy refers to the long-lasting impact of particular events and actions that took place in the past or of a person's life. For example, this tragic chapter in history continues to resonate today, attracting tourists and historians alike who seek to understand its impact and legacy. Here we can see the use of a time marker, today, and how the events that happened in the past have left an indelible mark on history. Discussing legacy. Describing how the site is preserved or commemorated links historical suffering to ongoing efforts for remembrance. Today, the Deaf Railway is more than just a remnant of World War II. It has transformed into a site of remembrance. The Thai and Burmese governments, along with various organisations, have worked to preserve the memory of those who suffered through education and memorials. Sentences like these show a sense of reverence and respect for the past, whilst also informing us of the continuing efforts to preserve and learn from the events that transpired. You can also see the use of the time marker today. Highlighting continuing impact. Mentioning how the site encourages reflection or education demonstrates the ongoing relevance of past events. The railway attracts tourists who wish to pay their respects and to understand the impacts of war. The Erawan Museum, Hellfire Pass Memorial Museum, and the various cemeteries located throughout the region serve as sites of reflection and education. You can see that this paragraph uses the present simple tense to show that people coming to pay their respects is a regular occurrence. Drawing broader themes. Connecting specific historical facts to universal themes like human cruelty, memory, and reconciliation bridges the past and present. It is estimated that around 90,000 Southeast Asian labourers and up to 16,000 Allied POWs lost their lives during its construction. The term death railway is derived from these staggering mortality rates, and the railway has, since then, stood as a stark reminder of the brutality of war and the depths of human cruelty. These sentences use specific examples to draw attention to universal themes of brutality and cruelty. It also uses the present perfect. The railway has, since then, stood as a stark reminder, in order to demonstrate that even today, these cruelties have never been forgotten. How you can do the same in your writing. Start with the past. Begin by describing a historical event, fact, or situation clearly and accurately. For example, the Deaf Railway was constructed during World War II to facilitate the movement of Japanese troops and supplies from Thailand to Burma. Use linking phrases. Incorporate phrases such as today, currently, and modern times or nowadays to transition to the present. For example, in modern times, discussions surrounding the Deaf Railway have promoted broader conversations about war, memory, and reconciliation. Show the impact. Explain how the past influences or relates to current issues, attitudes, or practices. For example, the ongoing effects of war and human rights abuses continue to echo, making this subject highly relevant even decades after the events. Highlight change or continuity. Discuss what has changed since the past or what has remained the same. For example, to talk about change, we might say, despite its initial military purpose, the railway has become a symbol of the immense human suffering endured by the forced labourers who constructed it. To talk about continuity, we might say, this tragic chapter in history continues to resonate today, attracting tourists and historians alike who seek to understand its impact and legacy. Connect to broader themes. Introduce discussions about lessons learned, moral values, or societal development. For example, it serves as a reminder of the atrocities of war, the value of human life, and the necessity for remembrance and education. Examples. Historical background and present-day reflection. Link to the past. The railway was built during World War II by forced labourers, and thousands of lives were lost. Link to the present. Today, the site serves as a memorial to those who suffered and lost their lives. The speaker moves from describing the past events, construction and casualties, to its current significance, a memorial. This transition shows how history is remembered and honoured today. Legacy and educational purpose. Link to the past. The remains of the railway are preserved as a reminder of the atrocities committed during the war. Link to the present. Visitors come here to learn about the past and reflect on the importance of peace. The speaker connects the historical atrocity to its ongoing educational function, emphasising that the site now plays a role in promoting awareness and preventing future suffering. Historical impact and contemporary values. Link to the past. The construction was a symbol of wartime brutality. Link to the present. In today's world, it reminds us of the need to uphold human rights and prevent such cruelty. This example shows how a historical event, a symbol of brutality, informs current moral values and societal priorities. How to link the past and present in your own writing. Use similar transition phrases. Although it happened many years ago, the historical event continues to influence. Today, the site stands as a testament to. This historical episode reminds us of. The legacy of this event persists in. Connect the facts to broader themes. This history underscores the importance of peace in modern society. The suffering experienced then highlights the need for compassion today. Show change or continuity. While the purpose of the railway has changed from a wartime project to a memorial, despite the passage of decades, the memory of these events remains alive. By analysing the examples from the transcript, you can see how to effectively link past and present in your own writing. Using these methods, you can learn how to develop more cohesive, insightful essays and speeches. Make sure you use specific examples, transition phrases, and thematic connections to demonstrate understanding of history's relevance today and how historical events relate to contemporary social issues. This skill not only enhances your coherence and cohesion, but also demonstrates critical engagement and depth of thought with your topics, a key to achieving a high score in IELTS writing and speaking. Once upon a time, in a small village, a curious boy named Sam wandered into the woods. He often explored the nearby forest, but that day was different. As he was walking deeper into the trees, he saw a glowing object lying on the ground. He picked it up and realized it was an ancient amulet. Fascinated, he remembered the tales his grandmother had told him about magical artifacts. Excitedly, he decided to bring it home. However, when he returned, he discovered that his village had changed. It had transformed into a bustling town. Sam was feeling shocked and wondered what happened. He was thinking about the adventures he would have in this new world. Long ago, he had been wishing for something extraordinary to happen, and now it seemed like his dreams had come true. That night, he lay in bed, dreaming about the adventures that awaited him in the morning. This part of the story uses the simple past tense. For example, Sam wandered into the woods. The simple past tense describes actions that were completed at a specific time in the past. It is appropriate here as it sets the main narrative and indicates events that happened sequentially in Sam's story. This story is set in the past, and this part of the story has been completed, so we can use the past simple tense. We are also describing things Sam regularly did. For example, he often explored the nearby forest. This next part of the story uses the past continuous tense. For example, as he was walking deeper into the trees.
The past continuous tense describes actions that were ongoing in the past. In this case, we're describing an ongoing or long action, walking, that was interrupted by another short action. He saw an object. In this instance, we can use the past continuous to describe the long, ongoing action of walking, and the past simple to describe the action that interrupts, when he saw the amulet. We can also use the past continuous to describe the amulet, which was glowing and presumably had been glowing for a long time. This next part of the story uses both the simple past tense and the past perfect. The simple past tense, he remembered the tails, he decided to bring it home. Well, these actions are quick and happen sequentially, or one after the other. First, he remembered, then he decided. You may also notice that bring does not change to brought. This is because decided to bring counts as one single action made up of two different verbs, and so the second verb, bring, does not change. We can also see the usage of the past perfect. For example, the tales his grandmother had told him. So the tales were told to Sam long before any of this happened, so we're referencing a point in the past that existed long before this story began. In this part of the story, we can see both the simple past tense and the past perfect tense. So the simple past tense, when he returned, he discovered, these actions are quick and again happen sequentially or one after the other. First, he returned, then he discovered. The past perfect tense, for example, his village had changed, it had transformed into a bustling town. Well, the past perfect tense indicates here that an action was completed before another past action. So it shows that the transformation of the village occurred before Sam's return, providing context and clarity regarding the sequence of events. In this part of the story, we can see the usage of the past continuous tense and the past simple tense, which are often used together. With the past continuous tense, we have Sam was feeling shocked. He was thinking about. So the past continuous tense describes actions that were ongoing in the past. In this case, we are describing an ongoing or long action, feeling. There is also another action occurring in Sam's mind, thinking. Both of these actions are happening at the same time, and so we need to use the past continuous tense to indicate that they're both happening simultaneously. We can also see the usage of the past simple tense. For example, Sam wondered what happened. This indicates that Sam briefly wondered about what happened. It was something that he thought about and then stopped thinking about. This is different from the continuous actions of feeling and thinking, which he continues to do for a long time. In this next part of the story, we can see the usage of the past perfect continuous tense and the past perfect tense too. So the past perfect continuous tense, for example, long ago he had been wishing for something extraordinary to happen. In this instance, the past perfect continuous tense emphasizes the duration of an ongoing action that preceded another past action. In this case, it highlights that Sam's desire for adventure was a persistent wish leading up to the moment he found the amulet, enriching the character's background and motivations. We can also see usage of the past perfect tense. For example, his dreams had come true. This sentence shows the relationship between his dreams, which had existed up until this point, and this particular time in the story. He had been wishing or dreaming for something exciting to happen for a long time. And now, at this point, it seemed to have happened. At the end of the story, we can see the usage of the past simple tense combined with the past continuous tense. So with the past simple tense, he lay in bed, this sentence talks about an action which is now complete. We could use the past continuous tense for this sentence, of course, and say he was lying in bed, dreaming about. But because this is the end of the story, it's more appropriate to end with a past simple tense verb combined with the past continuous tense to allow the reader to envision a future for Sam, whilst also providing a sense of finality to the story. The past continuous tense, dreaming about, shows the relationship between his dreams, which had existed up until this point, and this particular point of time in the story. So he had been wishing or dreaming for something exciting to happen for a long time, and now, at this point in the story, it seemed to have happened. The final sentence ends the story nicely because it allows the reader to think about what might happen to Sam next. In conclusion, using different past tense forms adds depth to storytelling by providing context, clarity, and continuity. The mix allows the reader to grasp the timeline of events and understand the character's motivations, emotions, and the significance of past experiences. The story effectively uses each tense to convey a rich narrative, allowing for a more immersive reading experience.
Irregular verbs in English from espressoenglish.net. Did you know that about 70% of the time when we use a verb in English, it's irregular? Irregular verbs can make you go crazy, but in fact they follow some patterns. In this lesson, you'll learn groups of irregular verbs that will help you remember them better. The first group is irregular verbs with all three forms identical. These verbs are the same in the present, past, and past participle. One example is put. Present. I always put the milk in the refrigerator. Past. Yesterday I put the books in my backpack. The present perfect uses the past participle form. I've already put the documents in the mail. Other verbs with all three forms identical include bet, burst, cost, cut, fit, hit, hurt, let, put, quit, set, shut, split, and spread. The next group is verbs with identical present and past participle forms. The only different form is the past. Come, came, come. Become, became, become. Run, ran, run. A number of irregular verbs have N in the past participle. These can be divided into 4 subgroups, with O in the past and past participle, with O in the past only, verbs with the past form ending in EW and the past participle in OWN, and other. Subgroup 1. Break, broke, broken. Choose, chose, chosen. Forget, forgot, forgotten. Get, got, gotten. Speak, spoke, spoken. Steal, stole, stolen. Wake, woke, woken. Wear, wore, worn. In this subgroup, the vowel changes to O in the past and past participle. Subgroup 2 has O in the past but not in the past participle. Drive, drove, driven. Ride, rode, ridden. Rise, rose, risen. Write, wrote, written. Notice that the sound of the I changes from the present to the past participle. The present is drive, and the past participle is not driven, but driven. Subgroup 3. Verbs ending in EW in the past and OWN in the past participle. Fly, flew, flown. Grow, grew, grown. Know, knew, known. Throw, threw, thrown. Finally, we have subgroup 4, other. These verbs have N in the past participle, but don't appear to follow any other pattern. Bite, bit, bitten. Hide, hid, hidden. Eat, ate, eaten. Fall, fell, fallen. Give, gave, given. See, saw, seen. Shake, shook, shaken. Take, took, taken. Another group of irregular verbs is verbs with pronunciation changes. For example, long E to short E. Keep, kept, kept. Sleep, slept, slept. Feel, felt, felt. Bleed, bled, bled. Feed, fed, fed. Meet, met, met. Lead, led, led. Another group has EA pronounced differently from the present to the past and past participle. Deal, dealt, dealt. Mean, meant, meant. Read, read, read. Hear, heard, heard. Another group is when the long I changes to OU. Bind, bound, bound. Find, found, found. Grind, ground, ground. Wind, wound, wound. Short I can change to U. Dig, dug, dug. Stick, stuck, stuck. Spin, spun, spun. Sting, stung, stung. Two very common verbs, sell and tell, become sold and told in the past and past participle. Finally, we have the verbs with ought endings in the past and past participle. This can be spelled O-U-G-H-T or A-U-G-H-T, but the pronunciation is the same. Bring, brought, brought. Buy, bought, bought. Catch, caught, caught. Fight, fought, fought. Seek, sought, sought. Teach, taught, taught. Think, thought, thought. Remember that the G is silent in these verbs. Verbs with 3 different vowels. In this group, the vowel changes from I to A to U. Begin, began, begun. Drink, drank, drunk, ring, rang, rung, shrink, shrank, shrunk, sing, sang, sung, sink, sank, sunk, spring, sprang, sprung, swim, swam, swum. Finally, we have the completely irregular verbs. These verbs don't follow any specific pattern, so you just need to memorize their past and past participle forms. The verb to be is am, is, or are in the present, was or were in the past, and been in the past participle. Do, did, done. Go, went, gone. Have, had, had. Make, made, made. Thanks for watching English Tips from Espresso English. If you liked this video, please share it.
And now we'll take a look at the past tenses, first focusing on the past simple tense. Here, the past simple tense is used to express completed actions in the past, whether the past be a few seconds ago, or whether many years or ages ago, doesn't matter. To make positive sentences, we have our subject, and the subject could be anything from I, you, we, they, it, he, she. And now we conjugate. We change our verb, most often by adding ed. For the negative sentences, rather than changing the verb, we add the auxiliary verb. In this case, the auxiliary verb is do. So I've changed do to did to indicate the past, and it results in a sentence structure such as I did not work. Now did not is the full form. Obviously, we can contract this into didn't. Here we have did I work. Again, you can see the inversion of the position of the auxiliary verb and the subject to help us create our question. When we use did, we can use it for any of the subjects in our sentence, from I or he or she, etc. In terms of spelling these conjugated verbs, of course there are some issues that we need to have a look at, especially when considering some patterns. So again, we have our Y changes to dropping the Y and adding IED. And when we have a consonant-vowel consonant, we double the consonant in question and finally add ed. These aren't irregular verbs, they're just irregular spellings for some verb conjugations. Our irregular verbs change their form altogether. So a few examples would be changing to was or were, depending on the subject of the sentence, go to went, have to had, give to gave, write to wrote. As previously mentioned, the usage for the past simple tense is when you want to talk about completed actions in the past at a definite time frame. So we have sentences like Mark worked last night. He worked in the past. When was it? Last night. We can also ask questions. When did Mark work? Although the time isn't mentioned in the question, what we're implying is the time will be mentioned in the answer. And by saying when did Mark work, we're indicating that it is in the past rather than saying when does Mark work, which would bring us back up into the present. Now let's have a look at the past continuous tense. This tense is used to indicate that a certain action was in progress at a particular time in the past. We form the positive form by using our subjects, the auxiliary verb to be, plus the verb plus ing, also known as the present participle. So it results in sentences such as he was cooking last night, or we were cooking last night. In order to form the negative sentence for the past continuous, we add the word not in between the past form of the auxiliary verb to be and our main verb, which here is cooking. So of course we have, he was not cooking last night, and we were not cooking last night. In order to form the question form of the past continuous tense, again we're going to invert a subject and the auxiliary verb. So we start our question with was or were, depending on our subjects, and we keep our present participle form of the verb, which is our main verb in the question. So, was he cooking last night? Or, were you cooking last night? The usage for the past continuous tense is expressing actions in progress at a time in the past. So one example could be, I was cooking at 6 p.m. last night. I was cooking. It was an action that began, occurred, and finished at a particular point in time in the past, 6 p.m. last night. Now, I could also say, I was cooking when you called me. It's the continuation of an action that happened at a particular time. That particular time needs to be conjugated into the past simple tense, as it wasn't continuing, rather the cooking was continuing. Let's now have a quick review of the past tenses. Here we have 4 very similar example sentences, each using a different past tense. This should allow us to be able to look at the differences in usage between these tenses. First example, when I arrived, John cooked. When I arrived, John was cooking. When I arrived, John had cooked. When I arrived, John had been cooking. In the first example, when I arrived, John cooked. If we look at John cooked, this is the past simple. The structure is quite simply the subject plus verb in the past tense. The past tense verb is usually formed just by adding ed to the end of the base form. However, again, there are many irregular verbs, such as go would change to went, be to was or were, know to knew. Again, there are no rules for this, and they just have to be learnt individually. The past tense here, as we can see, is used for completed past actions. I arrived in the past, and John cooked in the past. They give us the order in which past events happen. I arrived first, and then John cooked. I woke up, and then I got up. I had a shower, I had breakfast, and went to work. So the past simple is very useful for ordering actions. The second example sentence, when I arrived, John was cooking. John was cooking is in the past continuous tense. Here, the structure is subject, John, the verb to be in the past tense, which is was or were, plus the verb with an ing at the end. The past continuous tense is used to describe an action that was in progress at a specific past time. Here in the example sentence, the cooking was in progress at the time I arrived. This differs from the first example sentence, where I arrived first and then John cooked. In this example, the cooking had already started and was still in progress at the time I arrived. And now for the past perfect tense. This tense is used to talk about a past action and a related past action before that. In this case, we're relating 2 past actions to each other. We do so by using the auxiliary verb to have, but because we're talking about the past, we need to conjugate that auxiliary verb into the past. So we'll consistently use had no matter what our subject is for the sentence. The other critical part of the formation of this tense is the fact that the main verb needs to be put into the past participle form. Here, we've used a regular verb, to finish, and we've added ed. The results are sentences like Sue had finished, negative, Sue had not finished. We can contract had not into hadn't, and we can ask the question by saying, had Sue finished? As mentioned, the usage for the past perfect is to relate past actions that are in the past. So we always add the past perfect tense for the action that happened before the past action that we're talking about. So I want to say that we arrived in the past, but I also want to let you know that something happened even before we arrived. So I use the past perfect tense. Again, our auxiliary verb to have conjugated into the past, as well as our past participle form of the main verb. The resulting sentence could be something like, the concert had started by the time we arrived. Let's take a look at the past perfect continuous tense. We'll obviously be talking about the past, we'll be talking about two actions, and we'll be focusing on the fact that one of those actions had been continuing at another point in the past. In order to form this tense, what we need are two auxiliary verbs. We need our auxiliary verb have, conjugated into the past, so it turns to had. We use our auxiliary verb be, with our present participle form of the main verb, which is the verb plus ing, and be being conjugated into the past as well. So for positive sentences, we would start with our subject. Here it's Sue. Sue had been cooking. Our negative sentence would be Sue had not been cooking. And in order to ask our question, again that inversion of the subject and had, so it comes out, had Sue been cooking? And now the usage for the past perfect continuous tense. It is as follows. Using it to communicate a continuing action in the past up until an additional action in the past. Here we have, Sue had been cooking for 3 hours before we ate lunch. The action that had been occurring up until that point was, Sue had been cooking for 3 hours. Before the other action, we ate lunch. In the third example, when I arrived, John had cooked. John had cooked is the past perfect tense. This has the structure subject, here John, plus had, plus past participle, here cooked. Past perfect is used to express the past in the past. In other words, an action that happened before another past action. When I arrived, John had cooked. I arrived in the past, and I want to say what happened before that past time, so I have to use the past perfect. The fourth example sentence, when I arrived, John had been cooking, this is using the past perfect continuous tense. John had been cooking. This has the structure subject, John, auxiliary verb had, another auxiliary verb, been, and then the verb plus ing. The past perfect continuous tense is used to express the duration or continuity of a longer action in the past before another past action. As we can see here, when I arrived, John had been cooking. The cooking had continued for a period of time before I arrived. It doesn't express whether cooking is still continuing or completed. So let's have a look at the four sentences together again. When I arrived, John cooked. I arrived first, then John cooked. When I arrived, John was cooking. The cooking was actually in progress at the time I arrived. When I arrived, John had cooked. The cooking had finished before I arrived. And when I arrived, John had been cooking expresses a longer action that had been happening up until the time I arrived.
Past verbs are used when using the past simple tense in the affirmative. Past participle verbs are used when using the present and past perfect tenses. Regular verbs. The majority of English verbs are regular. We add ed when they are made into past and past participles. Sometimes, though, we need to modify some parts of them when adding ed. The first group is one-syllable verbs, and these ones they don't change. For example, jump, jumped, jumped. Laugh, laughed, laughed. Look, looked, looked. In the second group, add only d to those regular verbs ending with an e. For example, agree, agreed, agreed. Survive, survived, survived. Die, died, died. The third group, you need to double the last consonant to those verbs ending with a consonant, vowel, consonant. So C, V, C. Just like these examples. Fan, fanned, fanned. Grab, grabbed, grabbed. Rip, ripped, ripped. So we double the last consonant. N, B, and P. The last group is the fourth group. Take out the Y and add IED to those verbs ending with a Y. Just like these examples. Carry, carried, carried. Try, tried, tried. Cry, cried, cried. Notice the Y changes to I. Now let's take a look at those irregular verbs. The first group, some verbs do not change. Just like put, put, put. Cost, cost, cost. Hit, hit, hit. Hurt, hurt, hurt. In the second group, we have similar endings. They replace the D with a T. For example, send, sent, sent. Spend, spent, spent. Build, built, built. The third group, irregular verbs have the same O-U-G-H-T endings, like these ones. Bring, brought, brought. Buy, bought, bought. Fight, fought, fought. The fourth group, irregular verbs have the same en ending in the past participle. Beat, beat, beaten. Eat, ate, eaten. Forget, forgot, forgotten. So en at the end of the past participle. The fifth group change a vowel consistently, a for the past and u for the past participle, just like these ones: swim, swam, swum, begin, began, begun, ring, rang, rung. And finally, the sixth group change consistently in the past with the e, w, and o, w, n for the past participle, just like blow, blew, blown, grow, grew, grown, fly, flew, flown. So now let's practice. Change the verbs into past and past participle. Grow, leave, make, sing. Type, hunt, play, see. Swim, dream, visit, go. Pause the video for 5 minutes and then we'll check your answers. So this will be your key. Grow, grew, grown. Leave, left, left. Make, made, made. Sing, sang, sung. Type, typed, typed. Regular. Hunt, hunted, hunted. Regular. Play, played, played. Visit, visited, visited. Those are regular. Swim, swam, swum. Irregular. Dream can be both irregular and regular. Irregular ends with a T, so dreamt. And regular, obviously, ends with an ED, dreamed. So then we have see, saw, seen, go, went, gone. By the way, did you know? The past of the verb go comes from the past of another verb, went, which means to go in a specific direction. Originally, went was the past of the verb went. Now it is wended. Instead, the past of the verb go was yod. People started to use the verbs go and went interchangeably. So after many years, the verb go adopted went as its past form. Today's lesson is on the simple past tense. Okay, like in did you go out yesterday? Or we didn't go out yesterday. We worked hard yesterday. Yes, it's an action that happened in the past and you know when it happened. So it's our yellow star in the timeline. You can see it right there. So, how do we form the simple past? First of all, we need a helping or auxiliary verb. In this case, we chose did. And did, we use did for questions and for negative sentences. So let's look at questions first. Okay, WH question word, if you have one, like where, how long, etc., plus the helping verb, did in this case, then subject and then the verb. Okay, like in our example, did you go out yesterday? Okay, that's a good example. Negative sentences. Okay, so we need the subject plus the helping verb plus not plus the verb and the object if you have one. I did not go out yesterday. I didn't go out yesterday. Okay, so what happens with positive sentences? Well, positive sentences have regular or irregular verbs. Okay, so we have the subject for regular verbs plus verb plus ed because it's a regular verb plus object. For example, I danced all night last Saturday. I danced all night last Saturday. Okay, how do I know that dance is a regular verb? Well, we just have to learn them. Okay, the same with the irregular verbs. Irregular verbs, you need to learn them, okay, by memory. So the formula is subject plus irregular verb plus the object. Like in our example, I went out yesterday. So went is the past, irregular past verb of the verb go. Yes, that's right, go. Okay, what happens with the verb to be? First of all, let's review the verb to be. I was, you were, he, she, it was, we were, they were. Let's make an example. I was a student in 1990. They were babies in 1990. Okay, these are positive sentences. What happens with negative sentences? We just add not after the verb to be. I was not, I wasn't a teacher 30 years ago. They were not, they weren't students 10 years ago. What happens with a question? Well, we just write the verb to be first. So, was he paying attention to my lesson? Were you home an hour ago? And so there we have the simple past of the verb to be. Be careful, the verb to be is special. You don't need did here. Okay, so meaning and use. When do we use the simple past or the past simple tense? To express the idea that an action started and finished at a specific time in the past. What are some common time expressions used with the past tense? So yesterday, okay, last month, last year, last week, ago, a minute ago, in 1980, for example. There are many, many others. So time expressions and adverbs of time. So examples. I saw Maria yesterday. So is the past, irregular past verb of the verb to see. Yesterday is an adverb of time. Last Friday, the students took their spelling and vocabulary tests. So took is the irregular past of the verb to take. They got married 2 years ago. Got is the past, irregular past of the verb get. These actions are over. They are all finished. So English has two types of verbs in the past tense. Regular verbs, as I said before, and irregular verbs. Look at the following list of past tense verbs, which are regular and which are irregular. Okay, so we have taught. Yeah, that's irregular. Walked. Yes, that's regular. Studied. Regular. Gave. Irregular, very good. Became. Irregular. Cried. Regular. Lived. regular, did, irregular. Okay, let's go to the next slide. Regular verbs are verbs that end with ed, we said. So simple form of past simple, like walk, study, cry, and live. So walk, walked, study, studied. Pay attention to the y changes to I when you write the past tense. Cry, again, y changes to I, ed, and live, we just add the d, ed, lived. So irregular verbs are verbs that don't end with ed. Some irregular verbs have a vowel change in the past tense. For example, become, became, give, gave, drive, drove, forget, forgot. Other irregular verbs have a different kind of change. Examples: teach, taught, bring, brought, leave, left, hear, heard, buy, bought. For example, Celia bought a new computer last weekend. And some irregular verbs don't change at all. Cut, cut, hit, hit, put, put, set, set. Like in the example, the children set the table every Sunday. And this is present simple, right? It's not past. Well, it could be past also, but I know this is an example of the present simple. The second one, though, is in the past. The children set the table last night. How do I know it's in the past? Well, because we have the time expression last night. Last night. So, complete the sentences with a past tense verb. Number 1. I was a child, the piano. Donna, Paris, last month. John, hard, yesterday. My teacher, far, last summer. So pause the video and write your answers. Okay, so now that you paused the video, you have your answers. We're going to check. When I was a child, I played the piano, ed. Donna visited Paris last month. John worked hard yesterday. My teacher traveled far last summer. Great, you did great. Now let's try other 5 sentences right here. So complete the sentences again with the past tense verb. So last week, you a letter. The students an English exam. They a great job. He, his girlfriend at university. Mary to the city park last Sunday. So pause the video and write your answers. Now that you're ready, let's check them. Last week, I sent you a letter. The students had an English exam. They did a great job. He meant his girlfriend at university. And last one, Mary went to the city park last Sunday. So let's look at our timeline first. We have the horizontal line and the vertical line. The horizontal line on the left, we have the past, and on the right, we have the future. The vertical line represents now. So we have 3 yellow stars in the past representing used to. That means that it happened many times in the past. So when do we use it? First of all, it is a semi-modal verb. This means it needs another auxiliary or helping verb to create questions and negative sentences. We use used to talk about things that happened regularly in the past but no longer happens. So it is a routine in the past. There is a lot of confusion between the past simple. I will try to explain as best as I can. In some cases, the difference is very subtle, so very minimal. The most important thing to remember is to ask yourself, did it happen many times? Then use used to. Do you know the number of times that happened? Then use past simple. Let's compare. He used to go to school. He doesn't go to school anymore. But if I said he went to school twice last year, this means that because we have a number of times, we need to use the past simple. Let's look at other examples. I used to go to the library last year. It was my routine, but I don't go to the library anymore. Instead, if I say, I went 10 times to the library last year, obviously we need the past simple because there is a number of times, 10 times. And there is a possibility I still go to the library. So in the first one, I don't go anymore. In the first one, I still go to the library. Let's look at other examples. I used to walk to school last year. I walked to school every day last year. Has the same meaning. So what is the change? The change here is every day. I wrote every day on the second sentence. And I created the same meaning with that used to has. I walked to school last year. I do not know if this was a routine, as I don't know the number of times. So how many times? I don't know. So how is it formed? First of all, we said used to is a semi-modal verb, and so it needs a helping or auxiliary verb. In this case, the auxiliary verb and the helping verb is did. So in this case, I mean used to is did. Interrogative. So we have the formula. WH question word, how, where, when, etc. if you have them. HV means helping verb plus auxiliary plus subject plus used to plus verb. Like in the example. Did you used to speak English 10 years ago? It is the same thing as did you speak English 10 years ago? It has the same meaning. Negative. So let's look at the negative sentence. Subject plus helping verb, not, obviously, plus not because it's negative, plus used to. Note that there is not D there in use. Plus verb and plus whatever it is. He didn't use to speak English. It's the same as he didn't speak English. Now, what about positive sentences? Well, we need the subject, then we need here, yes, used to plus verb plus maybe object and plus maybe time expression or whatever it is next. I used to study Italian at university. I don't study Italian at university anymore. This is what it means. So let's do some exercise. You need to rewrite these sentences with used to where possible. I'm going to pause the video for 5 minutes. You need to change, make changes or leave the sentence as it is if you think it is the right sentence. So, 5 minutes. Pause the video. Okay, now that you pause the video, I'm giving you the key. Now, the first one is, my brother used to keep snakes when he was younger. Okay, so used to. Number 2, he got his first snake when he was 8. So here it's not possible to change to used to. Number 3, here we can choose. He used to keep or kept them in a box in the garage. Number 4, yes, we need to change. He used to look after them very well. Number 5, they lived there for almost 6 years. Number 6, then he lost interest and he took them all to the local zoo. No change there. Number 7, he used to visit them there once a week. Yes, it's possible to change it to used to. And number 8, I think he went about 9 or 10 times, so reference of the number of times, before he forgot about them. Not possible to change to used to. Well, if you have any questions about this,
outside of the actual future tenses, we can talk about things in the future, but use present tenses. Two of them are present simple and present continuous. We use the present simple typically to talk about timetables and schedules. I'll say a statement such as, the train leaves at 6 p.m. We can also use present continuous when talking about future arrangements. I've arranged something in the future. So I could say something like, we're playing football on Saturday. It's been arranged. Common usages for the present simple tense are habits and routines, as well as general facts and truths. Our example of routine would be, I teach every Monday. We've used our subject I, our base form teach, and every Monday, speaking about the routine that I have. We also have our general facts. The sun rises in the east. Here, the sun would follow under the pronoun it, so we've had to conjugate our verb per our pattern and finish our sentence. We could also talk about general truths such as likes or dislikes. I like football, or he likes football. Of course, there are other usages, but these are the two most common. For statements in the negative form, what we have to do is add the auxiliary verb to do. For subjects I, you, we, and they, we simply leave do as do, use the word not, and keep the base form of the verb now for the negative statements. However, for he, she, and it, we have to conjugate our auxiliary verb into does. We still use not, and we still keep the base form of the verb. The pattern for forming questions is very, very similar to the pattern for forming negative statements. However, what we've done is invert our subject and our auxiliary verb so that the questions read the auxiliary verb first. Of course, again, we use do for I, you, we, and they, and use does for he, she, and it. In both cases, we've left our verb form as the base form of the verb, as there's no need to change it.
The Battle of Stalingrad, which was fought from the 17th of July, 1942 to the 2nd of February, 1943, was a major battle on the Eastern Front of World War II, beginning when Nazi Germany and its Axis allies attacked and became locked in a protracted struggle with the Soviet Union for control over the Soviet city of Stalingrad, now known as Volgograd, in southern Russia. The battle was characterized by fierce close-quarters combat and direct assaults on civilians in aerial raids. The battle epitomized urban warfare, being the single largest and costliest urban battle in military history. It was the bloodiest and fiercest battle of the entirety of World War II, and arguably in all of human history, as both sides suffered tremendous casualties amidst ferocious fighting in and around the city. The battle is commonly regarded as the turning point in the European theatre of World War II, as Germany's Oberkommando der Wehrmacht was forced to withdraw a considerable amount of military forces from other regions to replace losses on the Eastern Front. By the time the hostilities ended, the German 6th Army and 4th Panzer Army had been destroyed and Army Group B was routed. The Soviets' victory at Stalingrad shifted the Eastern Front's balance of power in their favor, while also boosting the morale of the Red Army.
Semicolons. The semicolon serves several purposes in writing. Number 1. Connecting related independent clauses. The primary use of a semicolon is to connect two closely related independent clauses that could stand alone as separate sentences. By using a semicolon, the writer emphasizes the relationship between the two ideas without using conjunctions like and or but. For example, I have a big exam tomorrow. I can't go out tonight. Number 2. Separating items in a complex list. Semicolons can be used to separate items in a list when those items themselves contain commas. This helps to clarify the list items. For example, we visited Paris, France, Rome, Italy, and Berlin, Germany. Number 3. Linking transitional phrases. A semicolon can be used before certain transitional phrases, for example, however, therefore, or moreover, when they connect two independent clauses. For example, she was late to the meeting, however, she managed to catch up with the discussion. Number 4. Creating rhythm and emphasis. By using semicolons, writers can create a specific rhythm or emphasis in their writing. This can enhance the stylistic quality of the text and guide readers through complex ideas. Overall, the semicolon is a versatile punctuation mark that helps to improve the clarity and coherence of writing by connecting closely related ideas and organizing complex information. For example, the Deaf Railway, officially known as the Thailand-Burma Railway, was constructed during World War II to facilitate the movement of Japanese troops and supplies from Thailand to Burma, now Myanmar. Despite its initial military purpose, the railway has become a symbol of immense human suffering endured by the forced labourers who constructed it. In this sentence, the semicolon connects two independent clauses. The first clause states the initial purpose of the Deaf Railway during World War II. The second clause emphasises the contrast explaining how the railway has come to symbolize human suffering, which serves a very different connotation than its original purpose. The semicolon effectively highlights this relationship between the military function and the later meaning. Here's another example. To meet enormous deadlines, the Japanese military recruited prisoners of war from Allied nations, including British, American, Australian, and Dutch soldiers, as well as an estimated 200,000 Asian labourers, including forced labourers from Thailand, Malaysia, Indonesia, and Korea. In this sentence, the semicolon is used within a list to separate items that contain commas. The list is enumerating different groups of soldiers and labourers recruited by the Japanese military. The semicolon is used to prevent confusion and clarify which group is being referred to. Another example includes this sentence. The railway features several significant parts, including the infamous Hellfire Pass, a cutting through solid rock that stands testament to the difficult conditions faced by those who ventured to carve the railway through rugged terrain. In this sentence, the semicolon is used to separate a main clause from a subordinate clause, the phrase including. The main clause states that the railway has several significant parts, while the subordinate clause provides an example of one of those parts. The semicolon indicates that the following clause is providing additional information about the railway's features. In each case, the semicolon serves to clarify and enhance the meaning of the sentence by connecting closely related ideas or separating complex information. Passive voice. The passive voice serves several purposes in writing and communication. Emphasis on the action or result. The passive voice highlights the action itself or the outcome rather than the doer of the action. This can be useful when the action is more important than who performed it. For example, the novel was written in 1920, focuses on the novel and the year rather than the author. Unknown or irrelevant agent. In cases where the doer of the action is unknown, unimportant, or obvious, the passive voice allows the speaker or writer to omit the agent. For instance, the cake was eaten does not specify who ate the cake, which might be irrelevant to the context. Objectivity and formality. The passive voice can lend an objective and formal tone to writing, which is often preferred in academic and technical contexts. It can make statements feel more impersonal and less biased. For example, the experiment was conducted to analyze the data sounds more formal than we conducted the experiment. Focus on the receiver of the action. In some cases, the passive voice is used to draw attention to the recipient of the action. For instance, the letter was received by the manager emphasizes the manager receiving the letter rather than who sent it. Variation in sentence structure. The passive voice can provide variety in sentence structure, helping to create a more dynamic writing style. This can keep the reader engaged, especially in longer pieces of writing. For example, the chef prepared a delicious meal that evening. The meal was served to the guests with great care. As they tasted each course, the flavors were celebrated, and the meal was praised for its presentation and taste. In this paragraph, the switch to passive voice in the second and third sentences provides a change in rhythm and focus, making the writing more interesting. In a longer paragraph, you might begin with an active voice sentence to introduce the main subject, then switch to passive voice in the following sentences to keep the focus on the action or result rather than the doers. This variation can enhance the overall rhythm and readability of the text. Overall, the use of passive voice can be a strategic choice depending on the context, audience, and desired effect of the communication. Examples: 70 of the 90 surviving Aboriginal languages in Australia were no longer in common usage amongst native people. Here, the focus is on the languages, the object, rather than who stopped using them. Only 20 out of the 175 Native American languages remain in use, the rest being functionally extinct. This sentence highlights the status of the languages rather than the actions of their speakers. The right to speak one's own language and celebrate one's own culture is a fundamental human right. This sentence uses the passive construction to stress the concept of the right rather than the actors enforcing it. The efforts contribute to prolonging the survival of these languages, allowing linguists more time to record and study them before they disappear. Although this sentence is mainly active, the allowing can serve as a subtle shift into passive when discussing the effects of the efforts on linguists. A multimedia archive has recently been created at the Max Planck Institute for Psycholinguistics in the Netherlands. This construction emphasizes the creation of the archive instead of who created it. The suppression or loss of a language can be seen as a violation of this right. The focus is on the suppression or loss being a violation rather than stating who is doing the suppressing. Efforts to document them through recordings, dictionaries, and syntaxes which can help preserve them for future generations. This sentence shifts the focus towards the efforts themselves rather than the individuals making those efforts.
Now, okay, so today we're going to learn about Brazilian football culture, so we'll start the video now.
Feature the country of football, Brazil. Brazil, the fifth largest country in the world by both size and population, is most known for their football prowess. Well, actually, Brazilians didn't invent football, but quite possibly perfected it. Football derives from sports created as early as the ancient Greek and Roman empires. The rules and general guidelines we know today weren't established until the mid-19th century and were introduced to Brazil by the Scottish in the late 19th century. In the inaugural FIFA World Cup of 1930, Brazil was even ousted in the opening round. Although an unimpressive performance by the Brazilians, the sport gained national attention and sparked the relentless dedication of young footballers around the country. Why? Football offered an avenue for the youth to escape poverty and the dangers of the third world country. This sport became a great passion for Brazilians, who often refer to their country as the country of football. And the outcome for this passion? The Brazilian national football team is the only team to qualify for every FIFA World Cup. This led to their 5 championships, which are the most of any nation. They are also 2-time runner-ups and 2-time bronze medalists. It's not surprising that Pelé, arguably the best footballer of all time, is also a Brazilian. He led the national team to 3 of these victories. The first was in 1958 at the age of 17. At the time, he was the youngest player to ever play in the World Cup. Pelé has also been the all-time leader in goals scored, both in national matches and club appearances. Today, men and women in all corners of Brazil play football. From the streets to indoor fields, Brazilians dominate the sport with 10,000 professional players worldwide, most of any nation. Football fans of all nationalities love their skillful, creative, free-flowing, fast-paced style. When anyone thinks of Brazil, it is hard not to think of football.
Okay, guys, so what we're going to do now is read through the transcript. Now, if you haven't already, just open up the link that I've sent you and scroll down to Brazilian football culture and open transcript, and you can read through it. Now, I'm going to give you 5 minutes to read through this, and then we'll go through some of the vocabulary. Now, don't worry if you don't understand everything. We will be playing some games to learn the vocabulary properly. Okay, so now that we've finished reading about Brazilian football culture, we're going to learn some general facts about the country of Brazil by putting these in the right order. So we have words like rainforest, which means jungle. We have the number 12, the colour green, the city of Glasgow in Scotland, the country Peru, the number 10, the city of Brasilia in Brazil, the word order, America, then we have Rio and Amazon. So let's see where those words go. So first of all, Brazil is the largest country in South what?
America?
South America, very good. It shares its border with other countries. Now that could be 12 or 10, because it's got to be a number, hasn't it? So let's leave that for now. Other countries including Bolivia, something, and Colombia. So this is probably going to be a country, isn't it? So what country goes here? Peru is right, well done. Bolivia, Peru, and Colombia, very good. The capital city of Brazil is, does anyone know? Brasilia, very good.
Yeah.
However, many people think that it is de Janeiro.
Rio.
Rio de Janeiro, good. The flag of Brazil is something yellow and blue. So now we need a color.
Green.
Green, yellow, and blue. And says, Ordem e progresso, which means something and progress. What word could it mean? Ordem in Latin.
Order.
Order, yes. We can see that they look similar, don't they? Yep, ordem e progresso, order and progress. A flight from somewhere to Rio de Janeiro. Now, this has to be a place, probably a city.
Glasgow.
Amazon?
Not
Glasgow.
Amazon. Glasgow, yeah, because the Amazon is not
Glasgow.
a city, but Glasgow is. So a flight from Glasgow to Rio de Janeiro takes approximately how many hours, do you think?
I think it's 10 hours.
Could be 10 hours, could be 12 hours. Now, the answer actually is 12, because we just have to make a guess at this point, but that it's one of the numbers. And of course, you could look up how long that takes or how many countries border Brazil. So that means that there must be 10 countries bordering Brazil. The country is home to the world's largest what?
Rainforest.
Rainforest, the world's largest jungle, which is called the Amazon. Yeah, the Amazon rainforest is the largest rainforest in the world, the largest jungle. Excellent job, guys. Okay, so we did really well. Now we're going to learn some vocabulary by playing another game. Okay, so let's see how much of the vocabulary we can do. Now we have to spell the vocabulary in this game. So, to control or govern by the use of power or influence or rule. Any idea? Let's throw some vowels in there. Let's put an E, an O, and an I in there. Okay. Maybe an A as well? Any ideas?
I think it's dominate.
It is dominate. Well done. Dominate. Okay, we'll try that on the next one. Dominate. Extremely old. Existing for many years.
Ancient.
Ancient. Well done. An ancient city is very, very old. So we've got ancient, which we can spell out. Yep. A-N-C-I-E-N-T. Good. Next one. To think of, contrive, or create something new.
Invent.
Invent. Very good. So when we make something new, we invent something new. Yeah, very good. Invent. Great job, guys. Okay. Of or associated with an inauguration. So this is the first of something. Inaugural. Very good. So inaugural. Very good. Inaugural. It means the first of something. Collective human inhabitants of an area. So the amount of people in a place is called its
population.
Population. Very good. So we have population. Oh, I missed the U. There we go. Population. Great job, guys. So there's a great skill or talent, superior ability. So
Prowess.
Prowess. Well done, guys. You guys have definitely been studying the vocabulary, which is great. Prowess. Very good. Prowess meaning skill or ability. Okay. The condition of being poor or lacking the necessary means of support.
Poverty.
Poverty is right. Well done. P-O-V-E-R-T. Now remember, poverty is a state, so we use it as a noun. So we would say in poverty. To force out, expel, or eject from a place or position.
Oust.
Oust. Yep. And it sounds a bit like out, doesn't it? Oust. To oust somebody is to kick them out. Okay. Fantastic, guys. Really good work there. So we got all of the answers there. Let's try another game now. So we're going to practice more of the vocabulary. So let's try this. Now in this game, if you haven't played it before, we basically just have to figure out which word is the correct one. So again, we've got the collective human inhabitants of an area.
Population.
The population. Well done.
Population.
Related words, we've got town or people. And the example here is the famine devastated the country's population. A famine is where there is not enough food to go around. So it means the famine killed lots of people. It's very sad. Of or associated with an inauguration. So fairly big clue there. Let's have another one. Maiden is a related word. Inaugural. Well done. So remember, inaugural means the first of something. So the inaugural speech of a country's president would be the first speech they give, where they say, you know, thank you for electing me, and so on. Now, The antonym, so the opposite word, is brand new. So it's something that is very much not brand new. Something very ancient. Yep, something very old. And we can see the image there. We have an ancient ruins. Yeah, absolutely. And the example there is we saw the ancient ruins of the old city. Very good. Right, fantastic. Now we have another noun. And the similar word is straight, which isn't much help. So let's look at the example. Despite their work in the linen mill, the family lived in what? Not prowess. Poverty. Yeah. It's saying that the family was very poor, even though they worked. The antonym is success. The definition is the condition of being poor. So remember, that's a noun. Next one, the related word is possess, to own something. His authoritarian father, something dominated. Very good. Dominated. Yep. When you dominate something, it means you control it, sometimes in a bad way. So the synonym here is control or monopolize. Monopolize, obviously, here has the word mono, and mono means one. It means when one person or one thing controls everything else. And the definition there is to control or govern by the use of power or influence. Very good. Okay, let's try the next one. We'll buy some more reveals, because I like those reveals. First one, okay, expertise. When you are an expert at something and you have expertise. So what does it mean when you're very good at something? When you're talented. Prowess, very good. His prowess at football. The example here, he was small, but his prowess as a fighter was well known, meaning he was a very good fighter. Next one. So now we have a transitive verb, meaning to force out, to push something away, to get rid of something, to expel, to eject.
Oust.
Oust. Very good. The army leaders ousted the dictator, meaning the army came in and kicked the dictator out. Contrive. So contrive means to make something. The example here is, yes. The example would be, do you know who invented the steam engine? Very good, guys. Great job. Okay, we're leveling up. Fantastic. Right, brilliant work. Let's try one more game before we move on to the reading quiz. And we might need to read through the transcript again to do the reading quiz. So we saw the something ruins of the old city. Ancient ruins. Very good. The ancient ruins of the old city. The Soviet Union, the smaller communist nations of Eastern Europe.
Dominate.
Yes.
Dominate.
And the form should be in the past tense. The Soviet Union dominated, with a D on the end, the smaller communist nations. And this should also be in the past tense. Do you know who invented, very good, past tense, invented, because it's past, it happened in the past. And this should also be in the past tense, usually. The army leaders ousted the dictator. Great, we're doing really well. He was elected by a large majority of the
population.
Yeah. No, the population. So that lots of people, most of the people said that person should rule the country. So he was elected by a large majority of the population. Despite their work in the linen mill, the family lived in poverty. Yeah, the family was still very poor. He was small, but his, as a fighter, was well known. Prowess. Yeah. Prowess. Yeah. So his skill as a fighter was well known. All right. Excellent job, guys. You've done really, really well there. Right, now what we're going to do now is we're going to do the reading test, okay? So what we might need to do is we might need to look at the transcript so that we can check our answers. So let's begin with the reading test and see how well we do. Okay, so Pele scored a total of 1,283 first-class goals. Now, when we're doing reading, it's not given. Very good. And we know it's not given because that is a number. It's a very specific number. And when we look at the transcript, we'd easily be able to find that number, wouldn't we? But there's no number saying that. We can see the number 10,000 here, but that's nothing to do with it. We can see the number dates like 1958 or the age of 17, 5 championships, but there's nothing related to this number at all. So we know that it is not given. There's no information. It may be true, it may be false, but as far as we know, it is not given. Pele was the youngest player to play in the World Cup.
Not given.
Not given. Let's have a look at the transcript quickly. You're saying it is true. Okay, let's have a look. So we want to look for Pele. Now, obviously, Pele's name is not going to change. Okay, so here's a section about Pele. It's not surprising that Pele, arguably the best footballer of all time, is also a Brazilian. He led the national team to 3 of these victories. The first was in 1958 at the age of 17. At the time, he was the youngest player to ever play in the World Cup. So.
That's true.
Yeah, that's true.
Oh, hold on. Let's go back to the question we were on. Okay. So it actually is true, isn't it? It is true he was the youngest player to ever play. Let's try another one. The Brazilian national football team is the only team to qualify for every FIFA World Cup. True, false, or not given? It is true. No, it is in there. It says that they have qualified for every single FIFA World Cup, but they were, they were ousted in the first inaugural World Cup. Similar games to football were played in ancient Greece and ancient Rome. Is that true, false, or not? Yes, indeed, that's true. And when we search for this in an IELTS reading test, we can look for Rome and Greece, because there's no way to change those to any other word. When we have a proper noun, like a country, or when we have a date, we can't change that in a reading test. So it will always be the same. So we just scan through the article and we look for Rome and Greece. Brazil invented football. True, false, or not given? That is false. Yep, it says Brazil may not have invented football, but they may have been the ones to perfect it. So there we go. So it says they didn't invent it. There are 4 countries in the world that are larger than Brazil.
I think it's not given.
It is given.
It's true.
It is true. And how do we know it's true?
Because Brazil is the 5th largest country. So there's 4 countries larger than them.
Perfect answer. Yep. If it's 5th in line, then there's 4 ahead of it. So there's 4 countries that are larger than Brazil. Very good. Brazil is the 5th most populous country in the world. Now, when we say populous, we mean that it has, a high population. So is it the 5th most populous country?
Not true. Not given.
Okay, we're getting not givens and we're getting trues. Anybody think differently?
It's still true.
It is true because it says Brazil is the 5th largest country by size and population. So it is the 5th most populous country in the world. or it was when the video was made. Pele helped the national team to win in 1956. So we need to look for the date 1956, and then we can go true, false, or not given.
False.
False? Do we think false, or do we think not given? What do we think?
Not given.
Okay, there is nowhere in the article does it say anything about 1956. So we can go with not given. It doesn't say anything about them winning in 1956. FIFA was created in 1904. True, false? That is all. It's actually not given. And we can tell because we can look through the transcript and there is nothing in there about 1904. Again, we cannot change dates. So when we look for a date in the reading material, 1904 will not change. So if there's nothing about 1904, then it's not given. Brazil was beaten in the first round of the FIFA World Cup of 1930.
I think that's given. Not given.
It is given.
Yes.
Yes.
It's false.
Is it false? If you go up to the top.
Sorry, I mean, it's true.
It is true, yeah. So it says in the third paragraph, in the inaugural FIFA World Cup, which means inaugural means the first. In the first FIFA World Cup of 1930, Brazil was ousted in the opening round. So they were beaten in the first round of the FIFA World Cup of 1930. Pele was the youngest player. We already did that one, and that is true.
True.
Pele was a better football player than Ronaldo.
True.
Not
given. Not given.
It's not given. Now remember, Ronaldo is a person's name. So we should, if there was something about Pele being better than Ronaldo, we'd be able to see it in the article. It would say Ronaldo somewhere. It doesn't say Ronaldo anywhere, so it doesn't say that Pele is better or worse. So it's not given. Pele scored a total of 1,283 first-class goals. We know that that is not given.
Not given.
It's not given, yep. People from Brazil call it the country of football.
Not given.
True.
Not given and true. Okay, what do we think, guys?
True. I think it's true.
Okay, if you go to the top of the page, it says we feature the country of football, Brazil, but that doesn't say that people in Brazil call it the country of football. But if you go further down, it says this sport became a great passion for Brazilians who often refer to their country as the country of football. So Brazilians do call it the country of football. Now, Pele has scored the most goals in national matches, but does not have the most club appearances.
Not given.
It's false.
It says down here, at the second paragraph from the bottom, it says, until today, Pele has also been the all-time leader in goals scored, both in national matches and club appearances. So he has the most goals scored in national matches and in club appearances. So it's true, isn't it? There we go. Yep. Fantastic job, guys. All right. Stax English, Essential IELTS Enrichment, focusing on cultural context. When writing, whether for academic purposes, essays, or even personal reflections, understanding and incorporating cultural context is vital.
Cultural context enriches your writing, providing depth and clarity to your arguments. It helps readers to grasp the significance of your topic and fosters an emotional connection to the subject matter. Today, we will explore the importance of focusing on cultural context, particularly in the context of language preservation, drawing insights from our video about endangered languages. Cultural context refers to the social, historical, and environmental framework in which a particular subject exists. It influences how people understand and interact with various topics. By acknowledging cultural context, writers can enhance understanding, develop empathy, and present nuanced arguments. Context helps readers comprehend the complexities surrounding a subject. For instance, discussing endangered languages is not merely about vocabulary, it's about the cultural identities and histories tied to those languages. By embedding cultural narratives, writers allow readers to connect emotionally. This connection can spur action or deepen interest in the topic. Addressing cultural dynamics allows for a more sophisticated perspective. It highlights the multifaceted nature of issues rather than presenting them in black and white. The video highlights colonialism as a key factor in the decline of indigenous languages. When writing about this, you could delve into how the imposition of colonial languages marginalized native languages. For example, colonial powers have historically promoted their languages, leading to the marginalization of local tongues, which often represent the history and heritage of indigenous peoples. This line shows a deeper understanding of history, culture, and the deleterious impact of colonialism on local languages. Language is intricately tied to identity, a point underscored in the article. When discussing language preservation, you could write, "Each language carries a unique cultural heritage that cannot be replaced. The loss of languages signifies not just the disappearance of words, but the erasure of entire histories and identities." This line recognizes the role of language not just in verbal and written communication, but also in the survivor of culture, identity, and history, expressing empathy and understanding of the gravity of the issue of language erasure. The role of education in language decline is significant, according to the video. You might express this by saying, in many regions, the dominance of major languages in educational systems fosters neglect of minority languages, stripping communities of their linguistic diversity and cultural expressions. Once again, this expresses a deeper understanding of how language erasure is happening today. You could also couple this line with an example of how, in many countries, such as Ireland, English has become the dominant language taught in schools, where Irish Gaelic is taught less frequently. The video emphasizes the importance of community-driven language preservation efforts. You could highlight this by writing, "Involving native speakers in language revitalization programs fosters a sense of ownership and pride, crucial for maintaining cultural identity. Effective documentation initiatives often stem from the communities themselves, enabling them to safeguard their linguistic heritage." This line offers a solution to the social issue of language erasure, along with an example of how this issue could be tackled. Finally, discussing the advantages of multilingualism brings attention to cultural richness. For instance, by losing endangered languages, we deny future generations not only the cognitive benefits associated with multilingualism,
but also a deeper understanding of human communication rooted in diverse cultures. This text makes for a good conclusion, acknowledging the problems of language erasure whilst espousing the myriad benefits of linguistical richness and diversity. Focusing on cultural context in writing can significantly enhance the impact of your arguments. By weaving in cultural narratives and contexts, you not only provide depth to your writing, but also create a more engaging and empathetic connection with your readers. The discussion of endangered languages illustrates how cultural context shapes our understanding of identity, history, and community, making it an essential tool for writers. As you approach your own writing projects, remember that culture matters. Embracing it can turn your writing from mere information into a powerful story. Okay, so today we're going to learn about the history of the potato. So let's play the video first. The potato is a ubiquitous part of the global diet. It has reached all parts of the world and touched almost every culture in some form or another. However, as well as being a delicious dietary staple, potatoes have played a more significant role in our history than most people realize. In fact, without the potato, modern civilization as we know it might not even exist. The potato was first cultivated by ancient Peruvians in South America. The Incas used potatoes as a primary food source to fuel their working class as they built and farmed their terraced fields, mined the Rocky Mountains, and created the sophisticated civilization of the great Incan Empire. The potatoes contained high levels of proteins and carbohydrates, as well as essential fats, vitamins, and minerals, making them a perfect nutritional source for the Inca people. However, when Spanish sailors first brought potatoes back to Europe, they were met with hesitation, as Europeans considered them tasteless and odd-looking. Europeans were used to eating grains like wheat and barley, and the potatoes were not widely accepted initially, though some grew them as ornamental plants. It took a few hundred years for potatoes to become a major part of European cuisine and for people to discover their nutritional value. Fortunately, beginning in 1750, inexpensive and nutritious potatoes helped peasants become more food secure. This increased food production and improved nutrition brought about by the potato helped to boost population growth in many parts of Europe. Due to this growth, the British, Dutch, and German empires were formed, which in turn fueled the European age of exploration and colonial expansion. The growing population created a need for more resources, and colonies were established to provide raw materials and cheap labour that could not be found in Europe. The British, Dutch, and German empires in particular were able to expand due to their access to resources like land, timber, minerals, and slaves in the New World and beyond. Additionally, the potato's role in improving food security allowed for more efficient and productive agricultural practices, which further fueled the European economic and military dominance of the world. The potato is a highly productive crop that can be grown in a wide range of soils. Its introduction in Europe in the 16th century helped to solve food shortages, especially during famines. The potato was a cheap source of carbohydrates, protein, and other essential nutrients. This meant that even poor people could have access to a nutritious food source which helped to improve their overall health and immunity. This was especially important during famines when other crops, such as grain, failed and food shortages were common. The potato's high yields and ability to grow in a wide range of soils also made it a reliable crop that could be grown by farmers with limited resources. As a result, the potato became an important food source for many poor people in Europe, helping to mitigate the effects of malnutrition and famine. However, not all European countries flourished. The Irish potato famine led to over 1 million deaths and 2 million departures from their homes. One of the contributing factors to the potato blight was actually over-reliance on the potato as a crop. Providing more calories per square metre of farmland than any other crop, it goes without saying that monocultures of potatoes began to pop up everywhere. Monocultures of potatoes, where large areas of land are dedicated solely to growing one crop, are particularly susceptible to disease outbreaks because any pathogens that take hold in the crop can easily spread from one plant to another. This is because the genetic uniformity of these crops means that all the plants are equally vulnerable to the disease, and there are no plants with genetic resistance to help stop spread of disease. In the case of the potato blight, which was caused by a fungus originally native to Mexico, the rapid spread of the disease throughout Ireland and Europe was due in part to the prevalence of monocultures of potatoes. When the fungus began to infect potato crops, it quickly spread from one plant to another, devastating entire fields and leading to widespread famine and population displacement.
The potato blight was a stark reminder of the dangers of relying too heavily on a single crop and the importance of crop diversity in maintaining food security. Despite this tragedy, the potato eventually recovered, and Europe's population, especially its working class, continued to increase. With the Irish migrant influx, Europe now had a huge, sustainable and well-fed population. The potato played a key role in the Industrial Revolution. It fed the growing urban populations and provided cheap energy to power the factories. The potato became a staple food for many people in Europe, leading to the migration of people to areas where it could be grown, such as the Americas. This migration helped to spread the crop globally. If it weren't for the potato, it's almost impossible to imagine how many significant milestones in world history would never have occurred.
Okay, guys, so a little bit about the history of the potato there. Now, we've got a transcript to read through here, which is everything that was just covered in the video. But before we do that, what I want us to look at is the vocabulary bank. So we've got lots of new words to learn here related to the history of potatoes. So I'm going to share these words with you in the chat box. So just bear with me one moment. And I'll put those in there for you. Okay. And you can use these later, or we can use these to actually play the games that we're going to play quite soon. Okay, so let's have a look at some of the games. So we'll start off with a little, let's do a game show quiz, shall we? History of potatoes vocabulary. Okay. So I want you to just say the word that you think is the right answer, okay? You can also write it down if you prefer. That's no problem. All right, let's begin. So, existing or being everywhere at the same time. What word could this be? Any idea?
Ubiquitous.
It's ubiquitous. Yeah, ubiquitous.
Ubiquitous.
Yes. So when we say that potatoes are ubiquitous, it means that they exist everywhere. Pretty much every country, I believe, has potatoes. Next, we have the kinds of food that a person, animal, or community habitually eats. Diet, very good. So when we talk about the diet of a group of people, we're talking about the food they tend to eat. So rice or potatoes or wheat. Next, let's have a look. To prepare and use land for crops or gardening.
Cultivate.
Cultivate, very good. Cultivate. Fantastic. That's great stuff. You're doing really well. Now we've got a bonus round now. So try to get the plus 200 points if you can. So A, B, C, D, or E. What do you think we should choose? What do you guys think? A, B, C, D, or E?
C.
Let's try C. 100 points. Well done. Fantastic. Great work, guys. Okay. Let's try question 4. The social class comprising those who do manual labor or work for wages.
Working class.
It's the working class. You're absolutely right. Very good. Working class people. Question 5 now. A cultivated piece of land with a series of successively receding flat surfaces or platforms that look a bit like steps that are supported by wall-like structures. Now you'll see these in rice, when we grow rice paddies. Terraced fields is absolutely right. And we have lots of terraced fields in Asia for growing rice because it keeps the water at the same level. And if the water gets too high, it just flows into the next level. Developed to a high degree of complexity or refinement. This is an adjective.
Sophisticated.
Sophisticated. Very good. Sophisticated. Fantastic. All right. Good stuff, guys. Doing really well. Let's try a bonus round. So look for the 200, see where it goes. Okay, so A, B, C, D, or E? What do we think? A, B, C, D, or E?
D.
D. Oh, this means the next round is going to be triple speed. So it's going to be very, very fast now. So just try your best. Okay. The largest empire in pre-Columbian America, which was centered in Peru and was conquered by the Spanish in the 16th century.
Incan Empire.
The Incan Empire. Well done. Good stuff, guys. Well done. Fantastic. Okay, question 8. A group of organic compounds that includes sugars, starches, and celluloses, and serve as a major source of energy. We're talking
Carbohydrates.
about carbohydrates. Yep, carbohydrates. Very good, very good, very good. All right. Relating to the process of providing or obtaining the nourishment necessary for growth, health, and good condition. So this is an adjective.
Nutritional.
Nutritional. Very good. Nutritional is right. Nutritional. Fantastic. Okay. Doing very well. Remember to look for the plus 200. So A, B, C, D, or E. What do you think?
B.
B. Let's try B. Well done. We've got the plus 200. Fantastic. All right, great job, guys. Right, the act of pausing before saying or doing something, usually due to doubt or uncertainty. So when we sort of, pause. Hesitation. Very good. Hesitation. Good job, guys. Well done. So I'm sure in the IELTS test, hesitation is something that we want to try to avoid if we can. The edible seed or fruit of a cereal, such as grass, or of a cereal grass, such as wheat, rice, or corn.
Grains.
Yes, we're talking about grains of rice, grains of wheat. Good job. All right. A style or method of cooking, especially as characteristic of a particular country, region, or establishment.
Cuisine.
Cuisine. Yeah, cuisine. The type of food from a certain country. Great job, guys. We're doing really well. Okay, look for the 200 again. So, A, B, C, D, or E. What do we think? A, B, C, D, or E?
A.
A, okay. Let's try A. Plus 50. That's good. A member of a class of rural agricultural laborers, sometimes legally tied to the land they work on and subject to the control of their employers.
Peasants.
Peasants. Very good. Peasants. So peasants are people who work on the land. The state of having access to a sufficient and safe supply of food that meets dietary needs.
Food secure.
Food secure. Very good. So if you're food secure, means you have a safe supply of food. You're not worried about going hungry. The increase over time in the number of individuals of a species that live within a specific area.
Population growth.
Population growth. Very good. So as the population gets bigger, right, good stuff. Let's try a bonus round. Okay, A, B, C, D, or E?
D.
D. Let's try D. Well done. We've got the plus 200 card there. Fantastic. Doing really well, guys. Great stuff. Question 16. The expansion of a nation's control or influence outside of its borders by establishing settlements, taking control of other nations, and exploiting resources.
Colonial expansion.
Colonial expansion. Yeah. Colonial expansion. A source of supply, support, or aid, especially one that is available in order to achieve a particular end. Let's have double score for this one.
Resource.
Resources. So it's pluralized here. Resources. Okay? Resources. Good job, guys. An extreme scarcity of food, usually caused by crop failure, war, or natural disaster, leading to widespread hunger and starvation.
Famine.
Famine. So we say famine.
Famine.
Okay? Famine, that's right. Well done. Famine. So that's when there is no food. Could be for a number of reasons. Crop failure, lack of water, could be a fungus or some kind of pest. All right, so try to get one of the green ones. A, B, C, D, or E.
E.
E. It's the only red one. Dear, oh dear. Right, we'll answer this next one super quickly, okay? Question 19. The quantity of crops or other products that are produced by a person, animal, or machine in a given period of time.
Yield.
Yield is right, well done. So a crop yield is how much a plant produces. A milk yield might be how much milk a cow produces. Or you might have a yield from a machine, how much a machine can make in an hour. A condition caused by a lack of essential nutrients, often due to insufficient or unbalanced diet.
Malnutrition.
Malnutrition is right. We have the prefix mal, which you'll notice basically is used in a lot of bad words like malicious or malaria. A serious event or situation, especially one that ends in disaster or sadness.
Tragedy.
It's a tragedy. Very good. A tragedy. Good job, guys. Doing really well. So A, B, C, D, or E. Try not to get the red one this time. Okay, guys, so A, B, C, D, or E.
B.
B? Okay, so we've got triple score lifeline. So that means the next question we'll use that. And we will have triple the points. So we should get lots of lovely points now. Triple score. The fact or condition of being prevalent, wide extension or spread, frequency, and the word is actually in that definition as well. So big clue there. What's the word?
Prevalence.
Prevalence, yeah. Something that is spread broadly, spread widely. It's the noun form of prevalent, which is an adjective. The state of all individuals in a population having identical or nearly identical genetic makeup. So a field full of potatoes.
Genetic uniformity.
Very good. Genetic uniformity. When we have genetic uniformity, it means that when one plant catches a disease, it's likely that the one next to it will. And that means that the whole field can be wiped out pretty quickly. The ability of an organism to survive or resist the effects of a harmful chemical or biological agent.
Resistance.
Resistance is absolutely right. Very good. Resistance. Good job, guys. Okay. So just try to avoid the red one again. Okay, A, B, C, D, or E. What should we choose?
E.
E. Oh, no. Okay, minus 200. Dear, oh dear. Okay, it's okay. Still doing very well. Highly destructive or damaging?
Devastating.
Devastating is absolutely right. Well done. Something that's devastating. It's actually used like an adjective and meaning to completely destroy or damage something. The act of forcing a person or people to leave an area or their home, usually due to war, natural disaster, or other upheaval.
Displacement.
Displacement is right. Well done. Able to be maintained at a certain rate or level without depleting natural resources or causing ecological damage.
Sustainable.
Sustainable, very good. When we can keep something going for a very long time because it doesn't run the resources out. So wind power, solar power, things like these. Now, bonus round. Trying to pick the red one this time. So A, B, C, D, or E.
D.
Sorry, could you say that again?
D.
D.
Yes.
D for dog. Okay. Oh dear. Oh dear. Oh dear. That's okay. It's okay. We're still doing very well. We've got thousands of points. 200, losing 200 isn't important. Okay. Next one. The era of mechanization and mass production that began in the late 18th century and transformed the way people worked and lived.
Industrial Revolution.
The Industrial Revolution is right. Very good. Fantastic. And question 29, relating to or encompassing the whole world. Something that is worldwide.
Global.
global. Yeah, or because the world is a globe. So when we talk about things being global, we're talking about them being all over the world. Significant events or stages in the development or progress of something.
Milestones.
Milestones, yeah. So a milestone is kind of like a big marker towards your goal or in your life. Fantastic. Well done, guys. Let's see. Yeah. Oh, we're first on the leaderboard. So let's put our name, Stax English, in. Great job, guys. Really good work there. So okay. Right. Great work, guys. Doing really, really well. Let's try the reading quiz. So there's lots of other games we could do. We need to learn the vocabulary further. Let's try the reading quiz, though. Okay, so this time, what we're going to need is the transcript ready. So there's 12 questions. So what we'll do is we'll duplicate this tab and we will open up the transcript as well so that we can look for the answers when we need them. Or of course, we could click up this up here. So the first question, we'll go through this in just now. Potatoes have played a significant role in our history beyond being a dietary staple. Is that true, false, or not given?
True.
True. Yes, it is. Very good. So it makes it quite clear there that it does. Okay, next one. A little bit slow. The potato was first cultivated by ancient Peruvians and became a primary food source for the Incan working class. Is that true, false, or not given?
True.
It is true. Well done. The Incans found the potato to be bland and didn't like the shape. What do we think? Let's have a look at the transcript, okay? So when you're doing the IELTS reading test, what you want to look for a question like this is something like this, the Incans, because the Incans, you can't pluralize it. You can't synonymize it. You can't change it to something else, okay? We could also look for potato, but of course the whole thing is about potatoes. Or we could look for the word bland or a synonym of bland. So you might find the word tasteless or something like that. Or you could look for a synonym of didn't like the shape. So you might see a sentence that says irregular shape or unusual shape. But I think the easiest thing to do is look for the Incans and see if we can find something in here about the Incans and see if it mentions that they didn't like the shape or the taste of potatoes in the beginning. So let's have a look. So we can see here obviously lots of things about potatoes. What we want to look for is Incan, so we can see lots of mentions of nations here. Here we go. The Incans used potatoes as a primary food source to fuel their working class as they built and farmed their terraced fields, mined the Rocky Mountains, and created the sophisticated civilization of the great Incan Empire. The potatoes contained high levels of proteins and carbohydrates, as well as essential fats, vitamins, and minerals, making them a perfect nutritional source for the Inca people. Now, this is the only the only paragraph where the Incans are mentioned. So, the Incans found the potato to be bland and didn't like the shape.
Not given.
It's not really given, is it? So, yeah, it doesn't say anything about whether they liked the shape or not, or whether it was bland. It does later on say that Europeans found, yes, here we go. Europeans considered them tasteless and odd-looking, but that's nothing to do with the Incans. Okay. It took 300 years for the potato to become a major food staple throughout Europe, mostly eaten by lower classes. True, false, or not given? Now, a way we can look for this is we could look for the word 300. We could look for the number 300 years. Or we could look for a time period that spans 300 years and see if it's got our information. We might also see something like 3 centuries, something like that. So I can't see 300 in there anywhere. But the question is, it took 300 years for the potato to become a major food staple throughout Europe, mostly eaten by lower classes. Maybe we could look for something related to Europe. So let's look out for the word Europe. So we've got European countries here. And this is talking about the potato famine. It doesn't mention anything about 300 years. We've got Europe here. Its introduction in Europe in the 16th century helped to solve food shortages, especially during famines. So on and so on and so on. Yep. Some other stuff about, well, you can see European countries mentioned here. But it doesn't seem to mention anything about 300 years. And then up here, we've got Europe again. At first they were met with hesitation, as Europeans considered them tasteless and odd-looking. It took a few hundred years for potatoes to become a major part of European cuisine and for people to discover their nutritional value. So, does it say 300 years? Does it say that people only ate them if they were lower class? It doesn't really say, does it? So it's not given specifically. Next, we've got cheap and nourishing. Potatoes helped peasants become more food secure. True, false, or not given? Yes, I think we can remember that from the words like peasants and the words like food secure. French fries were actually invented in Belgium. True, false, or not?
Given.
It's not given. But it is actually correct. That is actually a fact, but it's not a fact that's mentioned here. So we've got to put not given. Food security led to steady population growth and the formation of the British, Dutch, and German empires.
True.
It is true. Very good. The Irish potato famine led to over 1 million deaths and 2 million departures from their homes.
False.
True and false. So some are saying true, some are saying false. Let's have a look. So let's have a look for where we've got information on the potato famine. Here we go. We can see the word 2 million here. Not all European countries flourished. The Irish potato famine led to over 1 million deaths and 2 million departures from their homes. One of the contributing factors to the potato blight was actually over-reliance on the potato as a crop, providing more calories per square meter of farmland than any other crop. It goes without saying that monocultures of potatoes began to pop up everywhere. So is that true, false, or not given?
True.
It's true, yeah. Despite this tragedy, the potato eventually recovered and Europe's population continued to decrease.
Not even.
It is given.
False.
It's false, yeah. And do you know why it's false? From one word, decrease. So you have to read the question very carefully, because you can see here, down here, despite this tragedy, the potato eventually recovered and Europe's population, especially its working class, continued to increase. So it's almost word for word, except for this little bit here, decrease. So that's why you have to read the questions very, very carefully. Make sure that you're not just looking for general trends, you're looking for the specific message that is being given. All right. With the Irish migrant influx, Europe had a huge, sustainable, and well-fed population that helped man the emerging factories of the Industrial Revolution. True, false, or not given?
Not given.
It is given. So you think true? No, it is true. So let's have a look at that. So again, we can find words that have no synonym. So Irish isn't really something you can turn into a synonym. You might say people from Ireland or something like that, but generally we're going to say Irish. Europe is quite the same. An industrial revolution is probably not going to change either, nor would a word like factories. So we can see it right here. With the Irish migrant influx, Europe now had a huge, sustainable, and well-fed population. The potato played a key role in the Industrial Revolution. It fed the growing urban populations and provided cheap energy to power the factories. So yes, very good. Potatoes were not able to be grown in some parts of the world. True, false, or not given?
False.
False.
It's not false, I'm afraid.
Not given.
Now, unless it specifically says potatoes are able to be grown everywhere in the world, which is, we know is not true because you can't grow potatoes in Antarctica, for instance. Unless it says that, then it's not false. And unless it says that they are able to be grown, unless it says specifically that, then it's false. And unless it says the opposite, that they can be grown everywhere, so that they can't be grown everywhere, then it's true. So we're probably looking at true or not given, but it's not. It's not mentioned. Without the potato, many significant milestones in world history would never have occurred.
True.
It is true, and we can see that a little bit further down here. If it weren't for the potato, it's almost impossible to imagine how many significant milestones in world history would never have occurred. Very good, guys. All right, great stuff. So guys, we're going to do a little bit, this is a writing task we have next for writing task 1. But what I want us to do is actually just talk about it for now, okay? Rather than write about it. So you can see here that you can actually do this on the Stax English IELTS Master Course if you want to. What we're going to look at is basically what we can see in the map. So look at the map below, the diagram below, and write a short essay about potato production around the world. So we're going to just open that up, and let's open that up Now, if you're struggling to see the image, let's make it slightly larger. Now, you can actually open the image in a new tab if you like. And what that will do is it will give you a much larger picture there. So we can see now the darkest, let's try and zoom in here. The darkest sections are where tons and tons of potatoes are grown. And the lighter sections are where fewer potatoes are grown. So we can see, of course, right now in its own column is China. And look how many potatoes China grows. How many potatoes are grown in China in 2000, or were grown, I should say? How many potatoes were grown in China alone in 2016? Can anyone see the answer? Look over here, guys. How many potatoes were grown in China? Well, how many tons of potatoes, I should say? How many tons of
9 millions.
99 million, yep. Now, if you want to simplify that, you can say nearly 100 million, rather than, saying the whole thing. Okay, so let's look at that map for a second. Now, usually when we're looking at a map like this, and we're looking at statistics like this, it's a good idea to group the countries into continents. So we can see we've got Africa here, okay, Europe here, we've got Asia over here, North America here, and then South America down here, and Oceania over here. Just broadly, which continent produces the fewest potatoes? Which continent? Is it Europe, North America, South America, Oceania, Africa, or Asia?
Asia.
No, Asia produces quite a lot, actually. Because if we look over here, we've got China, which produces the highest number of tons of potatoes. Okay. And then we've got India, and that's very dark as well. So we can see that India produces lots of potatoes. And then over here, it's a little bit lighter, but it's still relatively dark. Mongolia over here produces a very, very small amount compared to China. But then Asian Russia produces quite a lot of potatoes. So Asia actually produces quite a few. And then you've got Central Asia over here, and they produce quite a lot as well. So Asia is actually one of the major producers of potatoes. Which continent produces comparably very few potatoes? Which is
Teacher, which area with the white color?
Yes, you want to look at the areas with the lightest colors. Ignore the gray areas, because the gray area means that we don't know. It might be because there's very, very few, but we don't want to assume. So ignore the gray areas. Look for the very light colors. Look for yellows and oranges, not for dark browns. So which area, which continent produces the fewest potatoes comparably? Which is the lightest area on the map? Is it North America? Is this nice and light over here?
No.
No, it's not. North America produces a lot. What about South America, where potatoes come from? Do they
It's a little bit light.
It's a little bit lighter, but they still produce quite a lot. And remember that the potato came from South America.
Yes.
Asia, over
No.
here, we've got East Asia produces a lot. Central Asia still produces quite a lot. Yeah. What about Europe? Europe's over here.
No.
Europe produces quite a few, quite a lot. Africa, down here.
Africa.
Africa produces the fewest, doesn't it? It produces the lowest number of potatoes, again. Now, what is the most significant thing, what is the most significant and most noticeable country on this map? Because there's one country that stands out more than any other. Which country stands out the most?
China.
China, yeah. China produces nearly double, probably nearly double the amount of any other country on the map. That's crazy. That means that China is producing huge amounts of potatoes, enormous amounts. Okay. Now, there's a good thing that you could talk about here. You could contrast two countries here. So what country is this just above China here? Do you know?
Here.
So China is in Asia. This country here, the sort of yellow one here, is Mongolia. Now, Mongolia is right next to China, has a very similar atmosphere and environment to China, and yet, what can we see about Mongolia? They don't produce many potatoes at all. And the same goes for Vietnam. Vietnam doesn't produce very many when it's compared to China. Neither does North Korea and South Korea compared to China. They still produce a significant amount, but not a huge amount. Japan produces a few, but, you know, again, not too many. So we can see that China produces an inordinate number of potatoes, a huge amount of potatoes. Absolutely. What else could we say about this map? What else could we say about this map and potato production? What's another interesting feature? Let's look over here. Let's look at South America and North America. So who produces more, broadly speaking? South America or North America?
South America.
Do you think so? I think it looks like North America because North America is darker. You know, you've got the USA here, very dark. Canada, quite dark. And then you've got sort of Central America down here. It begins to get a bit lighter. So I think another interesting feature is that even though the potato was first discovered here in South America, there are other parts of the world that produce far more potatoes than South America. For example, North America produces more and Asia produces more. Okay? So these are some of the things you can talk about. Yeah. What about a country like Greenland, where it's very, very cold? How many potatoes does Greenland produce?
We can't know.
We don't really know, but probably not very many, because Greenland is very, very cold. It's probably not great for producing potatoes. You can also look at countries like Norway and Sweden, and they're also quite cold. They don't produce very many either. Yeah. So even though, I mean, potatoes can grow in cold countries, but it seems like the colder countries in the north don't produce as many. But then the worst, well, not the worst, but the fewest number of potatoes is produced in Central Africa, isn't it? We've got hardly any potatoes being produced in some of these Central African countries. All right. Okay, guys. So we're drawing to an end now. So before we finish for today, is there anything I can go over with you? Anything you're unsure of? Or any vocabulary I can complete with you? Or any concepts that you would like to ask me about? Anything at all?
No.
Okay. All right, guys. Well, in between, before the next lesson, what you can do is you can look at this diagram and write a short essay about potato production around the world. Now, this is just general writing practice, so we'll have about 200 words. Some tips here are: remember to use the past tense because this map is from 2016. Remember to mention both countries and continents. And if you don't know the countries, there is a link here where you can practice your vocabulary and learn the countries. And remember to use the correct unit of measurement, which is tons. That's T-O-N-N-E-S. That is actually different from T-O-N-S. There is actually a different. And you can look at some of the examples here if you want. So you can get a good example here of what I've written. Three simple sentences talking about the different countries, the different continents, and the different amounts that they're producing. You don't need to explain why Africa produces more than perhaps another country, but just keep it objective and explain what is being produced, not why. You don't need to try to guess why one country might produce more than another. And you can also give feedback to others who've filled this in as well, and let them know how you think they've done, and they will let you know how you've done. Okay, so I'll sort that out. Well done today, everyone, and we'll finish for that there, okay? All right. Bye-bye for now, guys.
Teacher.
Yeah.
Goodbye, teacher.
Bye-bye, everyone. Bye-bye. Bye-bye.
Bye, teacher.
Have a lovely evening. Bye-bye, guys. Okay, so this lesson is on healthy soils, and we'll play the video just to begin with now. Healthy soils, the foundation of healthy food and a better environment. Despite all our technological developments, humanity still relies on a few centimeters of soil to survive. 95% of our food is produced by farmers in our soils. It all starts in soils, where food begins. Healthy soils provide plants with nutrients. 18 elements are essential for plant growth. 3 are obtained from the atmosphere by photosynthesis, and the rest comes from the soils. Soil fertility is the ability to provide essential nutrients and favourable chemical, physical and biological characteristics for soil organisms and plant growth. When soils are degraded and nutrients are not replenished after a harvest, they lose their capacity to nurture life. Over the last 70 years, the level of vitamins and nutrients in food has drastically decreased. The loss of soil fertility leads to low crop yield and crop failure. It also leads to hunger, malnutrition and poverty. When nutrients are in excess, they spread into the environment, polluting water and contributing to greenhouse gas emissions. Polluted soil puts our food chain and the health of our planet at risk. What can we do? Adopt long-term sustainable soil management practices to enable farmers to restore soil health. Agricultural policies should prioritise nutritional value and safety of food over crop yields. The fertiliser code should be a guiding tool to avoid the underuse, misuse and overuse of fertilisers. The quality of fertilisers should be of public access and monitored by reference laboratories. To avoid deficiencies, it is essential to include micronutrients in soil's fertilisation plans. The use of pulses, crop diversification and rotation should be promoted.
Fertilization should be combined with innovations such as biofertilization, nutrient recycling, biofortification and biostimulants. When we support farmers in bringing back life to soils, we're ensuring the future of our food and the planet. Healthy soils for healthy planet, food and people.
Okay, guys, so that was the video. Now what we need to do next is we need to just read through the transcript. So the transcript is everything that you just saw on the video. And in that transcript, you can see some words that are highlighted in bold, such as foundation or environment, technological, humanity, or relies. And you can find out what those words mean in the vocabulary bank. Okay? So what I'm going to ask you to do is spend the next 5 minutes reading through the transcript. Now, I've posted a link to the transcript in the meeting chat, so you can click that link and go down to Healthy Soils and read through the transcript. And I'm going to give you 5 minutes just to read through and look up any words that you don't know. And then afterwards, we're going to play some games and we're going to do a little reading quiz as well, where we answer some questions. So I'll give you 5 minutes now to answer those questions, to read through the transcript and learn some of the vocabulary. Okay, so we've had 5 minutes to read through everything and hopefully to have a little look at the vocabulary bank as well. Now, don't worry if you haven't managed to learn all of those words yet. There are a lot of words to learn. So don't worry, we're not going to go through them one by one. What we're going to do instead is we're going to play a little game just to learn those words. Okay, guys, so what I want you to do is just type the answer in the chat box for me. Now, this game is fairly simple. We have a few little powers that we can buy. And what we need to do is just figure out which one of the words appearing on the left is the correct word. So right here we have a transitive verb, and the synonym is foster. So let's have a little clue, shall we? Let's see if I can get the clues up. Okay. The antonym would be neglect, which would mean not to look after. Yes, and the word is nurture. Similar words there are take care of or rear. And the definition is to care for and encourage the growth and development of a living thing. The example here is she carefully nurtured her tiny plants. Let's try another one. So now we have the word hopeful. So, we've got poverty, favorable, or humanity. Let's try a clue. The related word is permissive. The opposite word, the antonym, is unfriendly. And then let's have a look. Oh, do we have any other clues? No, we don't right now. What could the word be, do you think? So hopeful, something good. Now, it's not humanity. Humanity is the collective word for everybody on Earth, every human. Yes, the word would be favorable. Well done. So the opposite word is unfriendly, unfavorable. Synonyms would be auspicious. And the definition, showing the promise of something good. Example, a favorable weather report, meaning there's going to be good weather. So remember, guys, you can learn these words yourselves by just clicking the link in the chat box there. Now, let's try another one here. So we've got a noun, and the definition is the total measured amount that can be contained. So everything you can fit into a certain place. The example is the gas tank or the fuel tank has a of 13 gallons. And the correct answer, guys, yes, well done, is capacity, and we're talking about size, and the related words would be full. So our capacity is how much something can hold. Let's try another one now. So we've got a transitive verb, meaning to bring someone down from a higher to a lower rank, degree, status, position, or the like. So, yep, some of you have guessed it already. Well done. So the word is degrade. So we have our grades, don't we? And our grade, when our grade goes down, we degrade. So basically, to bring someone down is to degrade someone, or it could be to degrade something. In this case, when the soil degrades, it means that the nutrients that were in the soil become fewer and fewer. So let's have a look at the next question. We have an adjective this time, and the similar word is more. So this is when we have more than we need, really. More than required, more than expected, more than considered reasonable, extra or additional. Yes, the word is excess, meaning too much, more than we need. Very good. So an example would be excess energy, meaning more energy than we need. If we maybe drink too much Coca-Cola or eat too many sweets or have too much sugar, then we end up with excess energy. Okay, so let's try the next question. We're leveling up now. That's great. Remember, guys, you can click the link to the course and you can check out some of these courses for free. You can look at the vocabulary banks and the videos and the transcripts of many of these lessons yourself. Okay, so now we have a transitive verb, meaning to make complete or full again, to refill something. Now it's not promote. Now when we redo something, when we do something again, or we go back and do something another time, we use the beginning of the word is usually re. So in this case, it's replenish. Well done. And the synonyms there are supply and refurnish. And the example here is we are replenishing our supply of firewood. Very good, guys. Okay, now we have a noun. And the definition is a nourishing substance in a food. So this is the good parts of what is contained within a plant, a vegetable, a fruit. Yes, and the word is nutrient. Well done, everyone. Related word there is nutriment, which would be the noun form, not the noun form, sorry, a similar word, basically, referring to nutrients, and a similar word, of course, is food as well. Okay, now we have another noun, and it's the condition of being poor or lacking the necessary means of support, indigence, or want. And the word is poverty. Well done, guys. A synonym is want. And the example, despite their work in the linen mill, the family lived in poverty. So remember, poverty is actually a noun. It's not the same as the word poor, which is an adjective. It's a state of being poor. Now we have a transitive verb, and a similar word would be prefer. That's a tricky one. Let's look at the example. So they've launched a campaign to awareness of the dangers of alcohol. It's not sustainable, guys. Let's look at more clues. The opposite word would be obstruct. So when you stop something, a similar word would be agitate, which means to move something in a way that you want it to. A synonym would be foster, and definition, to support the existence, growth, or advance of. And the word is promote. Well done. To promote something. Okay, we have another adjective now. The definition is of or related to a method of managing or using a resource so that the resource is not depleted or permanently damaged. So, let's have a look at a clue. We have an image there. Okay, and it's got down here the sustainable method. So, big clue in the image there. Yes, the word is sustainable, something that we can do forever. Sustainable farming generally involves crop rotation. And if you remember from the lesson about wind turbines, rotation is to move something around and around. And crop rotation is moving crops from one field to another after a certain period of time to prevent damage to the nutrient supply and the soil. Okay, let's try another one. So we have a similar word, which is wrinkle. That's not amazingly helpful. So let's try another one. A new method, approach, idea, or the like. And the related word is introduction. And yep, you are right again. Innovation is the correct word. Innovation is to come up with something completely new, a new way of doing things. Okay, we have a noun now, and the synonym is sympathy. So sympathy is a state of caring for about something or someone. So let's have a clue. The related word would be goodness. So kindness. Let's have all of them. It was his that brought about his efforts to end the suffering of others. This is when you really, really care about humans. As you can see here, it says human concern, and the word is humanity. Where is your humanity? Caring about humans. Okay, now we have another noun. The water sample contains numerous kinds of tiny, now these things are tiny little living things, tiny animals, tiny plants, tiny fungi, or even tiny bacteria. Any idea what this might be? A similar word would be a being. Very good, guys. The word is organism, meaning a living thing, whether that's a germ or whether that's a human, it's a living thing. Usually we refer to it as a small living thing when we say organism or microorganism. Now we have an adjective. The related word is organic, meaning related to natural processes. Yes, we've all guessed it already. Biological, meaning related to life. Many studies have explored the biological differences between males and females, and the definition means of or pertaining to biology. Biology is the study of life. Very good. All right, let's try another one. A transitive verb, and the synonym is poison. What do we do when we poison the environment? We pollute the environment. Very good, guys. So some examples here: to make dirty, unpleasant, unhealthy, especially by infusing with waste material. The company polluted the river by dumping its waste there for years. Very, very good, guys. Okay, let's try the next one now. All right. The next game entirely. Yep, so we did very well there. Let's try filling in the blanks. So this next one we have, you need to eat more something such as peas and lentils. So this is something that's not exactly a vegetable. We have peas and lentils and what are they called? Yep, you can write the letter if you want. You don't have to, you can do A, B, C, or D if you want. You don't have to write the whole word. It's not agriculture. You don't eat agriculture, because agriculture is related to farming. This is actually a collective noun related to, which is actually a type of food which we do eat, and they have lots of fiber. Yes, well done. Pulses. So when you have peas and lentils, we call them pulses. Okay, number 2. I live in an area of the state where there are many cornfields. So this would be a word meaning related to farming. Yes, well done, guys. I live in an agricultural area. Fantastic. Next one. The successful knee surgery seemed to her youth. Now, this is what we're saying in this sentence is that a woman, let's say an old woman,
got some knee surgery, and then her knee felt so good that she felt young again. It's almost like it replenished her youth or brought back her youth. Any idea? It's not over. Yes, well done. It's restore. And in this case, we're using the past tense. So we would say it seemed to restore her youth. Seemed is past tense already. So we don't need to turn restore into the past tense. Next one. The something of a larger planet is slower than that of a smaller planet. Now remember, what do planets do? What do they do? The same as thing that wind turbines do or wheels do. They rotate. Very good. So the rotation of a larger planet is slower than that of a smaller planet. Okay, next one. Our something of fertilizer has led to environmental issues caused by the excess fertilizer running off into the streams. It's not our agricultural use, it's our overuse. Very good. Our overuse of fertilizer has caused environmental issues. Great job, guys. We're doing really well. All right, let's try another one. I think that's supposed to say the policy may also offer improved energy security through of energy resources. So what we're talking about here is different kinds of energy sources. Rather than just using fossil fuels, this would be using, yes, well done, a diversification of energy sources, meaning wind power, solar power, and so on. Very good. Next one. This license you to fish in all the lakes of the area. So this is something that lets you fish in all the lakes in the area. Yep, and the word is enables. So you are now able to do that. You are enabled. Very good. With improved methods of farming flourished in the area. So what began? Yes, agriculture flourished. So we were able to make more farms and grow more things. Of this machinery can be dangerous. So if you don't use a machine properly, it is misuse. Good job, guys. Misuse of the machinery can be dangerous. Good. Next one, the ability to tasks is essential to good management. So when we need to decide what's important, what goes first, we call this, any ideas? Not diversification. Diversification is a noun. We need a, yes, well done, a verb. Prioritize, the ability to prioritize tasks. Good. Next one, the new government took quick measures to order in the country. So this is when the government brings back order. Not enable order. No. This would be restore order. Yeah. So it was ordered. Everything was working. Then it was chaos. Then they restored order. Okay. You have an iron. You need to eat iron-rich food like spinach. So this is when you don't have enough iron. An iron deficiency. Very good. Next one, guys. Okay. Adding to your soil will help your crops to grow. So what should you add to the soil? Fertilizer. Very good. But not too much, of course, because if it runs off, then we end up with environmental problems. The new glasses, her to see more clearly. Yep, that's enable. She can see more clearly with the glasses. With little industry or technology, the country relies on for its primary means of support for its people. So this would be a country that relies mostly on farming. So what do they rely on? Yes, agriculture. Very good, guys. Okay. Next one. As their experiment began to yield results, the scientists worked in there late into the night. Where does a scientist work? In a laboratory. Fantastic work, guys. Really, really good. Okay, guys, we're going to try the reading quiz now. Okay. So great job with that. Now, let's see how much we can remember. And don't worry if you can't remember. As I say, open up the course and go to the transcript. And what we can do is we can look at the transcript again and try to find the answers to these questions, okay? So I'm going to go through the quiz and you guys can look at the transcript to try to figure out the answers to these questions. So let's begin. How many elements are needed to help plants grow? 18, 20, or 80? Yes, it's 18. Very good. Fantastic. Okay. Photosynthesis provides how many of these 18 elements? 1, 2, or 3? What do we think? That's not correct, guys. Let's have a look at the transcript, see if we can help ourselves. So it will be right at the top. In a reading test, we always go through the text in order, so the questions won't go back and forth. They go through. 18 elements are essential for plant growth. 3 are obtained from the atmosphere by photosynthesis. So what is the answer to the quiz question? The answer is 3. Well done. Okay, let's go through the rest of them. What is soil fertility? Is it the ability of the soil to allow plants to grow, the amount of potassium in the soil, or photosynthesis? Yes, well done. It's the ability of the soil to allow plants to grow. Good job. So fertility, yep, how well they can grow. What happens when nutrients are not put back into the soil after a harvest? The soil gains nutrients from the sun, the soil loses its ability to grow plants, or the soil becomes dry. Well done again, yep. So when the nutrients are not put back in, the soil loses its ability to grow plants. Very good. In the last 70 years, the amount of nutrients in our food has fallen. Is that true, false, or not given in the text? It is true. Well done, guys. We're doing very well. Okay, next one. Low soil fertility leads to crop failure or higher crop yield. That's crop failure. Yes, if the soil is not fertile enough, then crops don't grow. Low soil fertility also leads to photosynthesis or low crop yield. What do you think the answers are, guys? The answer is low crop yield. So yield is how many fruits and vegetables we actually get. And if the yield is low, it's probably because there's not enough nutrients in the soil. Okay. Failed crops cause hunger or high crop yield? Yes, they can lead to hunger, starvation, if entire crops fail. Failed crops cause higher nutrient levels in fruit or malnutrition. Well done, guys. Yes, that's malnutrition because there are just not enough nutrients in the soil. When there are too many nutrients in the soil, fruits are bigger, they leak into the surrounding environment, or everybody benefits. Any more answers, guys? The answer is, well done, they leak into the surrounding environment. They run off when it rains and they end up in streams and rivers, and that can be very bad. When nutrients spread into the environment, it pollutes the water. True or false? Yes, it's true. Well done, guys. It is given, that one, yep. What should agricultural policies prioritize? So what should they say is the most important thing? Higher crop yield or safety of food? Safety of food is right. Well done, guys. That's the most important thing. What should agricultural policies also prioritize? Nutritional value or mechanization? Well done again, nutritional value.
how many nutrients are actually in the food we're producing. Fantastic. Okay, so we absolutely smashed that. Fantastic. Did really, really well. Okay, guys, remember,
trees are the lungs of our planet. Absorbing carbon dioxide and producing oxygen for us to breathe, trees are essential to our survival. However, there are many social, emotional, and economic benefits to trees, as well as the environmental benefits that may be less obvious. Firstly, trees make us happy. Studies have shown that spending time around trees and in green spaces helps to reduce anxiety and stress, leading to a healthier, happier you. In education, children who spend more time in nature tend to learn faster in school. Streets that have many trees are cooler and have a calming effect on traffic, helping to reduce collisions. The trees also absorb some of the noise made by vehicles. Trees help to improve the quality of the air we breathe, not only by producing oxygen, but by filtering harmful dust and pollutants such as carbon monoxide. Trees can also absorb excess water in the environment, which helps to reduce the damage caused by flooding. Many species of wildlife depend on trees for habitat. Trees provide food, protection, and homes for many birds and other animals. Trees can also help to save money on your bills. This is done by reducing your cooling costs in the summer by shading the south and west sides of your home. If deciduous trees are used, they will allow the sun to pass through and warm your home in the winter. And finally, a home surrounded by healthy trees can sell for up to 10% more than a home without, increasing the resale value of your home significantly.
okay, guys, so that's the video section. Now, what I want you to do, guys, is just read through the transcript, okay? So in this transcript, there are certain words that are in bold, like lungs or absorbing, juicing. Now, these words will be defined in the vocabulary bank, which we can see fairly soon. So what I want to do now, guys, is just give you 5 minutes to read through the transcript, and then we will go through some of the vocabulary. So don't worry if you don't understand everything. We'll go through and play some vocabulary games afterwards. So I'll give you 5 minutes just to read through now, okay? Okay, guys, so we've just had 5 minutes to read through. Now, I do understand that some of you might be a little confused by some of the words or some of the sentences that are used. So what we're going to do is just practice some of these games, which will help us to learn what the vocabulary means. So we have a vocabulary bank right here, which we can refer back to as we need it, okay? But what we'll do is we'll start with some games. Now, what these games will do is just help us to find different ways to learn how to use the vocabulary properly, how to use it in a sentence, and what they mean, and also some synonyms and things like that. So there's lots of different games that we can play here. I've selected a few for you to play with me. So we're going to play a game called Guess What, okay? So the way this works is that we can buy some trick cards using the money we earn. And we can also get some clues by clicking these little question marks. So if you guys want to turn your microphones on now or write in the chat box, that's okay. We're going to try to figure out what word is being used here. So part of speech, it's a transitive verb, meaning encompass. So encompass. Let's have a clue. Let's click on one of the clues here. Okay. Let's do that. Hold on. Make sure that's working properly. Yep. Hold on. Okay. So encompass. So we've got the three words harmful, surround, and collision. Let's try using one of these. Okay, so we can see these clues. Similar words would be encase. The definition is to encompass by closing off all sides. And the example is the wall, the town. A related word would be belt. Any idea? Yes, well done, Hui. It means the word is surround. So to go all the way around something is to surround it. Let's try another one. So this one is an adverb. Okay, so it's describing a verb. Now, big clue there. Most adverbs end with the word with the letters ly. The definition, in an amount or to an extent that is important, considerably. Very good, you guys. Yeah, significantly. So the example here is the turnout for this year's election was significantly higher than it was last year. We could also say the word much higher. Okay, let's try another one. Now we have a noun, and the related word is game. But we don't mean game like a game you would play. We mean a game you would hunt. So, example, there is still plenty of in these woods. It's not the word excess. We're talking about a noun. Yes, well done. It's wildlife, meaning wild animals. Wild animals, undomesticated living things, not including humans. Okay, very good. Now we have another noun, and it means relative darkness. So darkness next to light, resulting from the interception of light rays. Very good, guys. Yep, the word is shade, which is where you get the word shadow from. So we've got a tree here, which is providing shade onto a house, which helps to reduce the cooling bills, as was said in the video. Let's try another one. We have another noun, and the similar words are situation. Situation. And that's not giving us much of a clue. So let's try it. The example here is the hostile at the prison plunged him into depression. Yes, you're right, guys. It means environment. And environment means everything around us. The sum of things. It could be our circumstances, or it could be where we live, or it could be referred to as the general environment, the trees and rivers and streams and everything around us that make up the world. Okay, very good, guys, very good. Okay, what we're going to do now is we're just going to try a different game, okay? We can always come back to that game because it keeps going on and on. We're going to try a slightly different game now, where we're going to learn a little bit about deciduous and evergreen trees. Now, to tell you what these are, an evergreen tree is green forever. So it never loses its leaves. So when you think of a Christmas tree, it's always green. It doesn't lose its leaves. A deciduous tree does lose its leaves when it gets cooler. So in the autumn and the winter, the leaves turn brown and then they fall. So let's see if we can take these words here and fit them in. So trees are something. What are trees? What are they?
Có vấn đề gì?
Not grow.
Hả?
No, so it's not deciduous because not all trees are deciduous. Some of them are, but not all. Trees are different. That's not quite right either. Yes, there we go. Trees are plants. Very good. Trees are plants. In spring, like other plants, trees and make new. So yes, it's a verb here, and the verb is grow. Trees grow and make new what? Make new leaves. There we go. So we have plural noun there, leaves. In summer, they are full of leaves. In the winter, so is that what we're saying? Some trees lose their leaves. Let's put winter there. I don't think it's winter, but it's autumn. Well done. In the autumn, some trees lose their leaves. Very good. Now, do you remember what I said? They are called deciduous trees. Deciduous trees look very in the... So, what do they look? We need a word to describe how they look. Yes, well done. They look very different in the which season? In the winter. Very good, because they have no leaves on them. If you see a tree in winter which has no leaves left, they are deciduous. There we go. Very good. Some keep their leaves all year round. Some trees keep their leaves all year round. Great. These are called evergreens. And what comes next? What word is next? Yes, the last one. Evergreens don't lose their leaves. Okay, so fantastic work, everyone. Great job. Okay, now let's see if we can do a little more vocabulary now. So we're on level 2 now. Guess what? Let's see if we can learn some new vocabulary. I'm going to buy some guards, some erasers, and some clues. Okay, so noun, the natural environment of a plant or animal. So an animal's home. Any idea? Well done, guys. It's a habitat. So an example here is an animal may suffer if it is removed from its habitat. And right here we have a picture of a bird's nest. So bird's habitat is a tree. Let's try another one. So this is an adjective, and the similar word that's being used is spare. So this is when we have more than we need of something. But let's try a clue. So additional, when we have something and we have so much of it that we have more than we need, we have extra. Yes, that the word is excess, meaning more than required, expected, or considered reasonable. An example would be excess energy. If you eat too many sugary foods and you feel like running around. Next question. Now we have an adjective again, and the antonym or opposite word is non-emotional. So big clue there. Yes, the opposite of non-emotional is emotional. So relating to feelings, how one feels about oneself in relation to others. So the example here is caring for a pet can have emotional benefits. And the related words could be sensational, heated, if you're having an emotional argument, or sentimental, if you're thinking about things that you love and remember. Next one, we have a noun,
And the example is, with little water, there in the desert was not likely. The word is survival, well done, which is just a noun to describe the act of staying alive. Very good. We have another noun now. Now, this is a mental state characterized by uneasiness, distress, and worry. Worry most of all. Yes, the word is anxiety. Anxiety, when we worry about something in the future. She's experiencing a lot of anxiety in connection with this decision. We have some similar words like alarm, or fear, or disquietude. And the opposite word would be ease. Okay, let's try. Fantastic. Okay, let's try a little bit of spelling now. Okay, so we're going to listen to the word and try to spell it. So let me play the word.
Collision.
Collision. So this is an act of or instance of coming together with violent force. Crash. Yep, well done, you guys. Okay, so that's C-O-L-L-I-S-I-O-N. Very good. Now, the next word, dry or fine particles of soil. Dust. How do we spell dust? D-U-S-T. Very good, guys. Okay, the next word is something produced or brought on by something else.
Effect.
Effect. That's effect with an E. Yes, very good. Always remember E. E effect. When we have effect spelt with an E, we're talking about the end result. So E for effect, E for end result. And if we're spelling it with an A, affect, affect is related to an action. A for action, A for affect. All right, let's try another one. More than required.
Excess.
Excess, very good. And that's E-X-C-E-S-S. Next one, we have a piece of paper or other porous material for keeping good things out and bad things in, or bad things out and good things in. The word is?
Filter.
Filter. F-I-L-T-E-R. Very good, guys. Now, the natural environment of a plant or animal. The word is?
Habitat.
Habitat. Yes, well done, guys. H-A-B-I-T-A-T. You're very good at spelling. Well done. Okay, let's try another one. Causing or likely to cause hurt or damage. The word is?
Harmful.
Harmful. Full of harm. Yes, well done. H-A-R-M-F-U-L. Only one L. Common mistake is to put two L's on the end, but there's only one L. Harmful. Next one, the act of protecting or condition of being protected. The word
Protection.
is? Protection. Yes, well done. Very good spellers in this group. P-R-O-T-E-C-T-I-O-N. Protection. Protection. Okay, next one. To supply necessary things or to furnish.
Provide.
Provide. And that, yes, well done again. P-R-O-V-I-D-E. Very good. Provide. Next one. A distinguishing feature or inherent characteristic, property, or trait. The word is?
Quality.
Quality. Yes. So we know it's Q-U-A-L-I-T-Y. Very good. Quality. Very good. The next one, relative darkness.
Shade.
And the word is shade. Very good, you guys. S-H-A-D-E. Fantastic. And the last one is in an amount or to an extent that is important, considerably.
Significantly.
Significantly. So remember, this is the adverb form of the word significant. So it ends with ly. So significantly is S-I-G-N-I-F
S-I-C-A-N-T-L-Y, significantly. So you're doing very well, guys. Great job. Okay. All right, let's do the last three. So remember, if you use this on my course, then my advice is to play it and actually say the word out loud so that you can practice pronunciation as well as spelling. So this next word is species. Species. So this means different types of animals. How do we spell it? Oh, very close. Yep, there we go. S-P-E-C-I-E-S. Very good. Some very smart people in the class today. The next word is to encompass by closing off all sides. Surround. Very good, guys. S-U-R-R-O-U-N-D. So we've got S-U-R and then the word round. So 2 R's in there. And the next one, undomesticated living things, especially wild animals. So remember,
wildlife.
We've got things living in the wild. Yes, wildlife, W-I-L-D-L-I-F-E. Great job, everybody. We got all of those correct. Fantastic job. Okay, what we're going to do now for the next 10 minutes is we're going to move on from the vocabulary games. As you can see, there's lots of games you can play. So if you're still not 100% on what the vocabulary means, you can still play more games until you're familiar with it. My advice would be to keep playing for as long as you feel like you need to, and then move on to the reading quiz. So let's try this as best we can. Now, my advice is to have the transcript ready so you can switch to it. So first of all, what are some of the benefits of trees? They provide shade, or they can be evergreen or deciduous. They provide shade. Very good. So that's a benefit. Remember, B-E-N, words beginning with B-E-N, usually means something good. Benefit, beneficial, benevolent. What are some other benefits of trees? A, they produce carbon dioxide, or they can reduce the damage caused by flooding. Yes, that's right. They can reduce the damage caused by flooding. Very good. Okay, next one. What are some other benefits of trees? They absorb oxygen, or they cause people to drive more slowly. Now, they don't absorb oxygen. Absorb means to take in oxygen. Trees absorb carbon dioxide. They breathe out oxygen, and the benefit of trees is that they cause people to drive a bit more slowly, which reduces traffic collisions. Great job, guys. Okay. Trees can reduce or lower feelings of stress or happiness. Stress. Yep. So another benefit of trees is they make us feel less anxious and less worried. Trees can increase feelings of relaxation or stress. Relaxation. Very good. Fantastic. Now, next one. Children learn more quickly when they spend time outdoors, or they spend time in the classroom. Yes, we learn more quickly when we spend time in nature, which is nice. That's why I have lots of plants. Many animals need trees for their homes. Is that true, false, or not given? Yes, it's true. Very good. Next one. Trees can make your bills increase. Now, your bills are what you spend each month. Very good, guys. Yep, that's false. They can actually lower your bills by keeping your home shaded in the summer or cool in the winter. So cool in the warm in the summer or cool in the got it wrong, sorry. Cool in the summer by providing shade, or warm in the winter by providing insulation. So houses with trees around them can be worth up to 1/10 more than houses without trees around them. Is that true, false, or not given? That is true. Well done, guys. Okay, excellent job. Last one.
deciduous trees tend to increase the value of your house more than evergreens do. Is that true, false, or not given? It's actually not given. Well done. Yeah, it doesn't say anything about the type of trees affecting your house. Okay, brilliant job. Okay, fantastic. So you've done really, really well there. Now, if you do purchase the course, there is a paraphrasing task that we can do, which you can go through and gets marked for you. Okay, so the way that works is that you basically just take the words that you're given, and you can use the paraphrasing tool, which is an AI I've put in here to help you, and you just rewrite these sentences. So as quickly as possible, let's try one of those. So, absorbing carbon dioxide and producing oxygen for us to breathe, trees are essential to our survival. Can anybody rewrite that sentence for me? Absorbing carbon dioxide and producing oxygen for us to breathe, trees are essential to our survival.